They trust StormSmart. StormCatcher screens, shutters, and impact windows provide year-round protection because smart is made to last. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Hey, it's Franny, and spring is here and your backyard beckons. It's a place where you and your family make memories, and Moon Valley Nurseries wants to make it picture perfect. Now is a perfect time to reach out to their nursery pros and get the yard you deserve. You'll be amazed at how enhancing your backyard is like adding square feet to your house. It can increase your livable space that much. Your backyard is where memories are made. Your beautiful space will make each moment with family and friends feel like a celebration. So go to moonvalleynurseries.com/get-growing to schedule your free design consultation today.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Okay, I'll admit, I'm probably not the first guy that comes to mind when you think of home decor. But just because I like my tool cabinet where the china cabinet ought to be, doesn't mean I don't know how to stage your house for the best resale price. You don't need to read shiny architecture magazines to know curb appeal is a powerful influence on the price of your house. And that dented, old lime green garage door is not saying much from the curb. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door is the best return on home improvements when it comes time to sell your house. Better than a new bathroom or fancy kitchen reno. A new garage door will increase the price by thousands of dollars and put people in a buying mood the moment they arrive. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it nice. It's also good feng shui, whatever that is.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Here's a surprising fact. More than half of men over 40 experience some degree of erectile dysfunction. Yes, it's more common than you may think. ED can be a sign of a more serious health condition, such as diabetes or heart disease. So if your partner is distant or having trouble in the bedroom, encourage him to speak to his doctor about it. Understand it's not your fault. Learn more about ED, its causes and treatment options by visiting edcure.org or call 561-944-8977. There, you can find a board-certified urologist in West Palm who specializes in treating erectile dysfunction beyond medication and access an ED assessment. If your partner has tried pills or injections and hasn't gotten results, it's time to learn about a permanent solution that's proven to be safe, reliable, effective, and satisfying. Visit edcure.org. That's edcure.org or call 561-944-8977. Sponsored by Boston Scientific.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Kick off your summer with iHeart 80s. iHeart 80s goes commercial-free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the app, search iHeart 80s, and start listening now. Free never sounded so good.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Delay free and crash free on the Turnpike in 95 north and south through Jupiter, Palm Beach, West Palm, and Lake Worth. West Palm construction, Banyan Boulevard between Dixie Highway and Olive Avenue. Also Lake Worth construction, 6th Avenue south from Grove Street to Congress Avenue. You can take 10th Avenue north as your alternate. That's traffic. I'm Dory Don.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Hey guys, Chef Justin with Fresh from Florida here, reminding you that the best part of summer is already here. Locally grown, fresh from Florida watermelon. Fresh from Florida, there's sunshine in every bite.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeart radio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword GREEN at realradio921.com. That's GREEN. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Hello there. Hello. Welcome. Welcome back.
Hi, are you my waiter?
Are you my waiter?
Where are my waitresses?
Waitress?
Yep.
You are a waitress.
Waiter? Oh, waiter!
Today is National Waiter and Waitress Day.
But I prefer the term.
We prefer the term server.
What about tips? I make my living on tips.
Well, tips not included.
Tip is not included.
Showtime!
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Jimmy.
We haven't had to pull it for quite a while, so we're going to lube it up.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Whoa, we're back in the house on a Tuesday. A lot going on for you guys. Got Dave Matthews tickets. Thank God Jimmy informed me about that. We got 13 chances for you to win $1,000, and that is running out. So you guys better bag the cash and run like a you-know-what. Crazy weekend. A gray horse won the Preakness, and me and Jimmy said it, and it was, wow, a gray horse won the Preakness. We hung out this weekend, did a lot of different things, just like you guys. We want to get into it, find out what you guys did. A lot of crazy things happened this weekend. Panthers and Rangers tomorrow night. We are 4 games away from the Cup. Come on, Panthers. And we got them 9-1. So that is always awesome. So much going on Real Radio and the Penthouse on a Tuesday, a Fat Tuesday. We're glad you guys are with us. We're glad we're here. And without further ado, good morning, Jimmy.
Hello and good morning.
And hello, Francis.
Hi. What's going on? Good morning.
What is happening? You guys can get involved with the show 4 ways. You can call us at 877-927-6969. You can text us at Real Radio 47142. You can email Jimmy at realradio.com, or bring us some stone crabs. And Jimmy, watching the Preakness, at any time, were you worried about that horse?
Yeah. Towards the end, it looked like the 5 was coming up on the outside.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure if our what was it? Something the gray.
Something gray. Yeah, I know gray was in the name.
I know. It's just
Seize the gray.
Seize the gray.
Yes,
yeah, I mean,
there we go.
It's been a few days since then.
But, it looked like that 5-horse might make it. But, no, Caesar Gray held it and hung in there and pulled it off.
Yeah, I was live. I was live. Yeah, I'm live. I was at a new cigar opening in Fort Lauderdale, and I was watching it down there with a bunch of guys. And it was great. It was very exciting.
You have money on the horse? Because I know you were talking about it.
$2 across the board.
Oh, of course. Yeah, only $2.
$2.
Sounds about right.
I only had it first and second. I didn't want to go third because it was 6. But went to a new place and just had a great time down in Fort Lauderdale on Los Olas. And big party there, but everybody was watching, and it was fun. And I was just like, before the race, everybody was like, why'd you bet the gray horse? I'm like, because it's a gray horse.
You have to.
Duh.
I said, that's why you bet it.
You gotta bet the grays.
So,
and then even more so when it has gray in the name, huh?
Yeah.
Of course.
So no Triple Crown.
No Triple Crown.
No Triple Crown.
No Triple Crown. Memorial Day weekend is coming up.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, do you think that Saratoga's like, whew, we dodged that bullet, or boy, it would have been nice if we had it?
I think for horse racing, I don't know if Saratoga didn't want it. I think it would have been unbelievable again because, just to have a Triple Crown. I mean, it's huge, but it didn't even come close.
What a logistical nightmare that would be, though.
Oh, it's
having that many people trying to pack into a small track like that.
No, Saratoga, I went a couple times over the years. It's a beautiful track. I mean, it's just gorgeous.
sure.
It's breathtaking, but it's like the Kentucky Derby.
Now, for people who don't know, why are they not doing it at the Belmont?
Belmont's under construction.
Got it.
And whoever
So that's why it would be at Saratoga.
And whoever signed that deal that it's going to take long is probably
really.
fired. Like, we're missing a Belmont? And it's the 100.
That's because that's a lot of money they're missing out on.
Millions. I mean, Saratoga stacked is 50,000. 50. I mean, the Belmont does over 100.
Mm-hmm.
And then Saratoga doesn't have the capability with hotels and everything like that to handle all these people.
Yeah.
It'll still be packed.
That's why it's really more than the track. It's the whole area,
Sure.
right? It would have been overwhelmed by people had they had a Triple Crown potential winner there. So that's sort of why I kind of went down that road. But yeah, what is somebody didn't plan it right there doing the renovations at the Belmont.
Imagine when you had to hand that to your boss. Yeah, we're going to miss the Belmont.
What?
It's just like when they had a Super Bowl in Jacksonville years ago, and they had to bring the boats in, and they realized too, like, we can never do it in places where they don't have the capacity to handle these people.
The infrastructure around it means just as much as it is the stadium itself.
Yeah, you know what's different today in sports, I think, in the last 10, 20 years? A lot of people go to the city and I hear it, don't go to the game. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know how prevalent that was years ago because it's a party and they want to hang out. And like that guy I met one year in the Super Bowl goes, my 10th Super Bowl. I'm like, wow. He goes, I never been to one. I just come to the city.
Never
There's
been
a lot of
inside the
things.
stadium.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are going on.
Yeah, so you need that, the capability. Even with the Formula One, people that I know who stayed and called me they were just surprised again. And they knew, but it didn't, like how far South Beach was from Hard Rock. You know what I mean? When they went to the Formula One, they just said, I didn't get it. And I said, well, you got to look it up, find out what you're doing or whatever it is. But it's a good 45 minutes, sometimes an hour to get to the stadium from South Beach. But Saratoga is going to be beautiful, but I would not want to be there. It's going to be so packed.
Well, they won't have to worry about that as much, but it's still probably going to be, obviously it's still quote unquote the Belmont Stakes, so it's going to be a big race, big day.
Yeah. Oh no, it's going to be packed. It's going to be packed. In the last couple of days, I think the last week, it has really been warm. I mean, like it came out of nowhere. It's been hot. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
It's
Here.
here.
Okay, I know the conversation switched real fast.
Talk about football, then we're talking about hockey.
Horses, what's going on? No, it has. And I love the only thing, and I feel like everybody keeps on saying, and I know I do every time it's like it's hot, I was like, and it's not even July or August.
Oh, you're right.
I was like, it's only May.
I heard that yesterday twice.
But the switch flipped, about 10 days ago?
Yeah.
It feels
Something like
right?
that.
And just like that, boom, overnight, I woke up one morning, I walked outside, and at 5:30 in the morning or whatever it is, 6, and it's just that feeling at that time of day. It's like 75. It's humid as heck, and it just like overnight, one day, it just was there.
Sucks. I was like yesterday, I needed some fresh air, so I went for a walk, and I was like, this isn't even fun.
Yeah.
Like even trying to get fresh air is not good. I was like, bring me back inside.
Even the pool.
Yeah.
Like it was so. I mean, it really does feel like it just does to me.
I haven't been able to go in. I have been able to go in my pool, but I don't. That crazy storm we had.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was insane. It was insane. Sunday, was that Sunday night? Or was that, I believe it was Sunday night. We had a really crazy storm, at least in my area.
That's right. I saw the thing on X
There was
about
hail.
it, too. It came through it down here, though.
Yeah, Palm Beach Gardens area, Jupiter. I mean, we had hail. The winds were nuts. And so it looks like a hurricane went through my backyard. And so that's like, the pool has not been usable because believe me, yesterday I was ready to jump in. But it was nuts. If you had to deal with it, everybody was just like, is this a mini hurricane right now? And I'm like, no, it's just
It
really
wasn't
bad
that bad
storm.
south.
No,
it
it was
wasn't
pretty
that bad. But it's always different. It's different when Port St. Lucie.
I saw the radar come through, and right there, Palm Beach Gardens, that whole area.
I mean, golf ball size hail. It was nuts.
That was Sunday night around 6. We got some rain.
Did you?
But it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Because the game was on. I forget what game we were watching. They kept interrupting. The Knick game. And they keep interrupting it, saying, and they went to the split screen so everybody didn't flip out like they did that one a couple of years ago.
We had two swaths come through in the St. Lucie area, one in the afternoon and then one that same one that you got. We just didn't get quite as bad, but we got the wind and heavy rains with it, but not hail, not like that, especially that. Golf ball size, I wouldn't say softball size. I mean, that's stuff that damages cars.
Mm-hmm. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday, Memorial Day week. They're expecting heavy traveling, auto and air. So if you have any plans.
But gas is supposed to be down.
Yeah, I know, which is awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not when I drove by.
No.
It was,
what was
up
it?
20 cents from last week?
Oh, they're saying it was supposed to be down a cent from last week.
I thought it was up 20 cents. This morning I went.
So maybe it's going to go down at some point? I don't know, because I was looking at national average was like $3.49.
Yeah, it's not $3.49.
Which they said was supposed to be down a cent this week, at least for Memorial Day travel, than it was last week. So
I thought it was.
And they is AAA.
All right, well, we'll see. You're going to have to pay for gas either way.
Yeah.
Or plug in your car. One of my buddies drove down with a new Tesla car Saturday night. My God, dude, that screen is like so unbelievable. And I can't, like, we're coming home and he's got to like put in where we're going. I'm like, bro, you've been coming home 20 years. At least from Fort Lauderdale to Boca. You got to put it in. Because I liked it. It's a nice toy. It's like got all these things. Like it distracted me. And there's so many cameras. Like you see the cars on the right, see the cars on the left, see the cars behind you.
Well, that's good. Hey, that's good stuff.
I don't know. To me, it distracted me. I was a passenger, obviously. And the car he has like a half a steering wheel.
Right. Yeah. They almost look like a yoke on a aircraft.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And you can change those out. I know people who have.
Oh, you really?
Yes.
Oh yeah. No. Do they give you an option with that? Huh? Can you get that right from Tesla that way, or is that an aftermarket only?
I bet you it's probably from Tesla.
Okay.
But I do know somebody has a normal, and that's what they said. They were like, they tried driving it.
Yeah.
With that original steering wheel, and they were like, I just couldn't get used to it.
I thought it was odd, but I just thought it was odd that the screen is so big in front of you, especially at night.
But these days, a lot of the new vehicles, I mean, the whole dash is a screen.
That's what this was. Like, it seemed like it.
Especially the electric.
Yes.
The EVs, they have, I saw BMW's version. And Mercedes, too. And it's basically from door to door.
Yeah,
is all screen, right, of display of some sort, and certain parts obviously in front of the drivers where you have the certain controls and everything, and then the other parts can be other things, like you say with the camera. The cameras I like. I think that having that would be a good thing, especially since it's not just a camera, but it also has safety features in the cars now.
Yeah,
where it'll brake if it sees something, or it'll kind of help steer away from to save an accident.
I mean, again, I wasn't used to it. I thought it was distracting. Like his text messages pop up,
stuff like that. That can be very distracting.
And at night, I mean, the car next to you or behind sees, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it just, to me, it seemed like a lot.
And we thought it was bad when, like, passengers in the past used to have, like, TVs for the kids in the back.
How
and, like,
distracting that was.
There's a movie playing there, and it's like all of a sudden you get caught up in it.
Yeah.
And then if he gets, like, updates on his phone, like, they would pop up different things.
Yeah.
And, like, to me, when you're driving, I mean, I know if my phone's like this in the studio right now, dark, and if I'm even in my bed or on the couch and something pops in, I go to it right away, like, for that second.
But there's this new GIF or GIF, whatever you want to call it, meme that's out there. And I don't know if it's new, but I just saw it recently. And we've always had distractions. And it's funny because they think looking at your phone is a distraction. Imagine back in the day, these kids going through your CDs and trying to go through 200 CDs to pick out the one that you want to play. And we would have the books.
Yep.
And you're just flipping through to figure out. I mean, we've always had distractions. This is just now. Technology, it's the latest.
It's very true. It's one of those things that you think, people used to say, well, the television became the babysitter, and now the phone has become the babysitter, or the iPad, or that type of thing, right? Well, we had the same thing. They said that was. Or back in the day, we really want to go far back, the radio was, so it's just, you're right, the technology changed, but it's basically the distraction is still the same.
Yep.
I think for me, there was just so much to do for him driving. Like, he's driving, he's touching it, he's doing this, and I'm so.
Yeah, but you're not a good passenger anyways. Like, you, and I don't mean that, but you, you are precious cargo to you, and you just don't like it when they do certain. You don't like it when they speed, you don't like when they touch things. Nobody drives as good as you do.
I don't mean as good as me. I just don't like a lot of people's ability. When they got Jameson in,
Exactly.
wine, whatever.
Well, yeah, if they're drinking, that's another issue. You should have been like, dude, look, can I drive your Tesla?
No, I would never drive it. No, he didn't drink. He was fine. He had one glass of wine. He was good.
You said Jameson and wine.
That was other people.
Got it.
Who were listening. Because I took a ride with somebody else the other day, and I got in the car, and there was a Jameson bottle. I'm like, what the hell's this? It was a Jameson bottle. I said, all right. I'm going across the street and I'm out. 877-927-6969. Franny's got a story as man's best friend turned out not to be best friend.
Now I know, Jimmy, you have this too. I talked about this morning on the Gator, and
This
I
is
was
so
like,
upsetting to me.
This is one of the funniest. I mean, first of all, when I talk about funny, because poor dog, because the dog had to have surgery. But when you talk about a way to get busted cheating, I think this has to be one of the craziest ways I have ever heard of. Yeah. And there is a veterinarian. And she just started a new job. So when she did, somebody brought in their very sick puppy. Their dog was sick. So they did x-rays, and they realized that there's an obstruction. Something was caught in their system. So they had to perform emergency surgery.
That's terrible.
Yeah, so that part sucks. The poor puppy. Dog's going to be okay.
Thank God.
Yeah, so the dog will be fine. And dogs eat everything. I'm surprised I haven't had to have surgery on my puppy. I mean, she eats everything. Most recently, my remote control. So, and I don't think batteries are good for you.
And I don't mean which remote control, which puppy.
She didn't eat the whole thing.
She ate the whole thing whole?
Phoebe, the new one.
Phoebe.
Yeah, the other two never had a problem. Never had a
nothing
problem
with
with
Lola?
Nope.
That's a lot of
Nothing with
names.
Lola.
Piper?
Nothing with Piper. Phoebe eats everything from underwear to remote controls.
That's a lot of names to remember.
It is. But so when they ended up taking whatever it was out of it, they were like, oh, this is a thong. It was a pair of thong underwear. So the owner's like, she's the one who brought it in. She didn't understand. She's like, I don't own a thong. I don't wear thongs. So she called her husband.
What bad luck.
She called her husband, and the revelation that it was another woman came to surface while they were on the phone.
Why did he say? He could have said maybe the dog was outside and just got it in the street.
Yeah.
I'd have been like, what are you
Random
talking
dogs.
lie.
Random dogs in the street.
He's lying already. He's cheating. I mean, already. You can take a bank. You don't take singles. I would have been, I don't know.
Can you imagine finding out that way? Your dog ate a pair of thongs that don't belong to you.
I would have
Not to
said,
mention the stress over the dog, right? Which could have passed away from the obstruction, and you had to have surgery, and I'm sure that cost it's not inexpensive to go to a vet, especially surgery.
I would have blamed her. I would have said, you're having an affair, and you probably wear thongs with your boyfriend.
Of course you would have.
Oh, my God.
Anybody?
And I would have been like, you owe me an apology, and you got to pay for the dog.
Yeah, now the dog's sick, and it's all your fault.
It's your fault, because you're having an affair, and you're wearing thongs. You don't wear thongs to me. My God, thank God we found this. Come here, puppy.
Can you imagine,
Man's best friend.
This vet is 26. This is her first day on the job, and this is what she has to witness to. Going, oh,
that guy crapped out. He should have sung good and turned it on her and said, I'm calling your mother right now.
But in the middle of the friggin' veterinary hospital, they're sitting there going over it and figuring out what happened.
Yep.
That's what's
They
unbelievable.
said she was watching her, and they could tell that she was trying not to cry. But they said that eventually they just thought that she was like pure rage filled after the fact.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you know the dog couldn't have got the underwear anywhere else?
You just saw like 5 emotional things happen all at the same time. That person went from sad to angry to the whole 9 yards. Wow.
If that happened to you, Franny, would you believe it that it was in your, like, would you think that meant cheating?
I would, if I didn't wear thongs.
Any underwear, not thongs. Like it was something different. Say they were like grannies or something like that.
Like, I don't wear granny panties.
With moons on them.
If they were not mine, I would question it because my dogs, they go in the backyard unless I'm walking them on a leash. Anything that they would eat would belong to me.
Yeah. I don't know. I would just be like, it's a big neighborhood. I don't know. We'll look into it. But they're not, I don't know what you're talking about. And then he caved. He just caved right there.
They're in the house. They're in the backyard, or they're on a leash where I can see what they're
No,
on.
I know.
So I would probably question it if it was something that was not mine.
Oh man, this guy really, like he really. I mean, you got to take it to the end, Jimmy. You got to be like, what's going on here?
Come on, Greek 101.
I love at the end, like they were somebody, because this is a Reddit thread, and of course you get all these comments on there, and said puppy was obviously in the thong place at the right time.
I didn't see the Reddit
thread. It was a thong place at the wrong time.
for the husband, unfortunately.
You got to be like, I got no luck. My God.
I mean, but he did. He folded, which good because the wife should know.
He's wrong. I'm not saying he's not
Yes.
wrong, but I'm saying you could be like, hey.
And the fact that with this, we can all just
Be like,
assume.
what? No, let him finish.
I would just be like, do you have a video or pictures of the dog eating thong underwear? How do you know?
Exactly.
I mean, I'm a little offended you're accusing me, to be honest with you.
Working on the
Yeah.
railroad.
And we could all assume that he was cheating in the house.
Which is not right.
Yeah.
But
Get a-
cannot be proved.
Get a room.
Hotels are very expensive these days, especially this time of
Oh,
year.
does he take the dog with him when he goes to hotels?
I'm just saying.
I wonder if they got cameras.
Maybe. But she would see it if she got notifications, right? Like, I mean, I know sometimes with the Ring, at any time, even my damn trees in the front blow and you could see them in the camera, I always get notifications. So
Yeah, those cameras are everywhere. You got to remember that, too. Man, tough break for the game.
tough break for that poor puppy.
Yeah, the puppy's the one who really ended up. And they still probably, do their vows and everything will be great.
Oh, yeah. You think they get back together?
You never know. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm talking about man's best friend.
But he did. He caved in, huh? The fact that she called, started yelling at him, and yep, he ended up going, yep, it's not your thong. It's my mistress's.
That's got to suck. It's like having.
Well, what's this going to cost?
Greek line. It's like having Denver the other night, winning by 20, and they lose the game. Oh, my God.
So there's a lot of cheating talks. I haven't watched it yet, but there's that new Ashley Madison documentary on Netflix, a docu-series, I believe. And what it's supposed to be about is they had this whole cyber attack a while ago, and a lot of people's memberships and their personal information got leaked out there.
Oh, wow.
And so this is what I've heard the basis of it. It's called well, I'm sure a lot of other things about it, but it's Ashley Madison's Sex, Lies, and Scandal. And it's been like going on #1 on Netflix for a bit now. But to me, I find it interesting, right? So the hack 2015 leaked a lot of prominent people's names, allegedly, who had accounts. And this is what it's about. But they said, because of that would make me go, oh, I don't want to go on that website, right? I mean, if you're looking to cheat.
But
Because
doesn't
you're
mean
afraid.
I'm asking a question. Doesn't mean you're cheating if you're on the website?
I mean, what else are you doing on there? It's a cheating website.
Maybe doing research for a paper at school?
Well, if you could be single, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because single people go on there and
You
they're
are
looking
right.
for somebody, looking for a hookup. Like
Yes.
I always more imagine. I mean, obviously, I know that it's sort of aimed at people that want to cheat, but I always assumed that it's also more of a quote unquote hookup site.
Yes.
Right. More than even like Tinder. Tinder had that in the beginning, but that seems to have become more of a swipe right and looking for a relationship type thing. Ashley Madison to me was, hey, somebody wants to hook up, whether they're married or not.
But that's like when you look at it, it is for people who are married,
Yeah,
and that's why
yeah.
it's like that's
Yeah.
when you see it because
Well, that's how they
it's-
advertise
That's
it,
how
right?
they advertise
Sure,
it. It
sure.
is hush hush. But they said that their membership ever since then
Dropped?
no, it's spiked.
Really?
It's going up.
Wow, people
Since
want to get caught.
Since the docuseries has come out, since that docuseries has come out, they are noticing a huge spike in memberships.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Of course. You would think it would go the other way, but people are like, oh, my God, my information might be out there.
No. Advertisement.
And maybe
That's what
not
it
just
was.
that. Maybe it's
Turned out.
people who didn't know about Ashley Madison and they have
that's
Netflix
what I
and now they
mean.
see it. So that's probably why.
Oh, what's this all about?
Uh-huh.
I got to do some research, right?
So in this country, from Departed, we are promoting cheating. My God, what are we coming to? Glad I got some morals left. 877-927-6969. I do have some. They're there. You'd be surprised at things I say no to. And shocked at the things I say yes to. It is the Penthouse on a Fat Tuesday, Memorial Day week, man. Get ready. Good time to buy a grill and then resell it the next day. We're going to come back with a trifecta, this day in history, and so much more on the Penthouse. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
In this world that we live in, it is so much easier to be beautiful. If you are somebody perceived as sexy, hot, attractive, life is 10 times easier.
I don't even know what hardship is like.
Get out of here.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Looking at a pretty nice drive here along your expressways. 95 now accident-free. The turnpike flowing freely. We'd have some road work here on Lakeview Avenue westbound at Flagler Drive that'll be blocking your left lane. Also looking at construction on State Road 7 southbound after Belvedere. The right lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Hey guys, Chef Justin with Fresh from Florida here, reminding you that the best part of summer is already here. Locally grown, fresh from Florida watermelon. Fresh from Florida, there's sunshine in every bite.
Hey, it's the Greek. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach 11th Annual Feature Tournament, May 23rd through the 26th. 4 days of stunning shows with 6 of the industry's most talented performers competing for 5,000 cash prizes. This is a great event every year, and I've been in the house. You're not going to want to miss these girls. They have talent. It's Monroe's 11th Annual Feature Tournament, May 23rd through the 26th, and $5,000 cash on the line. Monroe's open till 5 a.m., 7 days a week. Peace.
Mr. and Mrs. Flavor, thank you for joining us.
Great to be here. I'm Barry. I'm the flavor of Barry.
I'm Janet. I'm bitter.
You wanted to talk about your son. He's the flavor menthol?
Yes, he's the menthol in a menthol cigarette.
He's such a disappointment. Out there getting people addicted. Being used by big tobacco to target black people. He could have been a lozenge.
Menthol cigarettes are just as addictive as regular cigarettes and harder to quit. Find out how to quit today at tobaccofreeflorida.com.
Hey, it's Franny, and are you ready to turn your used car into cash? Look no further than GimmeTheVin.com. Selling your car has never been simpler. Just fill out their free online form, and within 60 seconds, you'll receive a fair cash offer for your vehicle. At GimmeTheVin.com, they'll beat your CarMax offer or give you a check for $100. And they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So get an instant cash offer for your used car right now at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Up to a 30% upfront bonus and 12% per year guaranteed growth for retirement. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and these are the highest guarantees with annuities I have seen in my life. When interest rates are this high, there are silver linings, and annuity guarantees are one of them. Up to a 30% bonus upfront for retirement income. On $100,000, that's up to $42,000 guaranteed in the first year. And it's because of the economy and its high interest rates. Don't let anyone, especially another financial advisor, tell you it's not true. Up to 30% upfront just for opening an account and up to 12% per year guaranteed income growth. This won't last forever. Get up to 30% upfront and 12% guaranteed growth for income today.
Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims-paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in Florida as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Florida homeowners know hurricanes are a fact of life. Storm Smart will keep you protected with shutters, impact windows, and storm catcher screens because Smart is complete protection. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-822-1716. 800-822-1716.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we continue to move through our Tuesday morning. Temperatures are starting to warm up into the 70s. We're back near the upper 80s and about 90 later this afternoon. Still in the low 90s inland near Lake Okeechobee. Staying partly cloudy to mostly sunny through the day with 1 or 2 inland showers or downpours later into the afternoon. Back in the mid-90s this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of the first black actor to receive an Academy Award for Best Actor, Sidney Poitier. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
16th Minute of Fame is the new weekly podcast hosted by me, Jamie Loftus. And every week, we take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Bean Dad, The Dress, 30 to 50 Feral Hogs. If you knew what any of those were, you spend too much time online. And I do too. Who are they? What made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? And what does a person do when they get more attention than the human psyche can handle? Listen to 16th Minute of Fame on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 16th Minute of Fame.
Greek's Trifecta, sponsored by Pep Capital. It's sports. It's what's going on. Peace.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse, and it is a Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning in. I hope you guys are having a good week. Get ready for the Panthers this week as we take on the Rangers at the Garden tomorrow night. Pretzels are $37, but get there early. It's the Panthers and Rangers tomorrow night on Real Radio. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good morning.
And Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And it's time for our first trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, the Dolphins and Tua are trying to work out a deal, and reports are that this is coming from South Beach. The Dolphins made Tua's team an offer that they rejected already. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. They do say they will work out a deal, but the first offer they threw to them was a no-brainer. Or Bino, whatever.
Is it no Bino or
Bino? Bino.
All right.
Jimmy, you surprised about that? Like the first offer was.
No. Well, depending on what the offer was, right? I mean, that's where it would be surprising. I heard a number of $50 million. So if they turn that down, I'm surprised by that because he's not worth that.
No, I agree. But we'll see what happens with the Dolphins. They will work it out. He is at OTA, so that's fine. It's not like he's sitting out. The NBA Final Four is ready. It is Boston tonight, Game 1 against the Pacers. Boston is very heavy favorite over the Pacers. They beat the Knicks at the Garden on Sunday. And then you have the Dallas Mavericks and the Minnesota Timberwolves in the West. 4 teams are left, baby. This is it. But Boston tonight and the Pacers, Dallas and Minnesota tomorrow night. Caitlin Clark played last night. She is now 0-4. She did score 17 points. Get a little lippy with the refs.
Yeah, I heard that she was like mic'd up where there was a hot mic close to her or something, and I could hear her bitching about her teammates.
Yeah, and then also something with the ref. She used the 4-letter word on ref, and she got a technical. She did have a good game on Saturday. She put 22 points up against the Liberty. That was probably her best game of the season. But so far, she's 0-4. She's pretty good in the press conference. Saw a little this morning. I don't know if this is going to last, though. I'm starting to feel like a lot of steam when everything is dropping out. But we'll see. But they are 0-4. But she had a good attitude. She goes, hey, we played two of the best teams. You know, it's a long season. We're going to be okay. But, yeah, she was bitching, I think, about one of her teammates. And I think, and then the one time the foul, she used some profanity. And they teed her up. And I'm not surprised. And Brady and Jay-Z met 5 draft picks. They had a big luncheon. And Brady said, you got to stop working on your social media and your brand as your top priority. You got to work on winning and then let that other stuff come first. That's what he sees as the biggest complaints that he has with young players today. They're too worried about social media. They're still worried about their brand, and they're not focused on winning. He goes, when you win, then all that other stuff comes. But if that's your top priority and sending the tweet and putting some on social media, he said that's not good. So this is a powerful lunch with him and Jay-Z. And they talked to 5 young players that were drafted in the NFL, and they're just trying to give them some tips. And I guess anytime if you got selected and you could sit down with them, 2 of the top quarterbacks were there, quarterback from USC, Williamson, and obviously the kid from the Patriots got. It's a huge thing. But this is his advice that he sees. And we'll see what happens with Brady in September when he, before you will blink, it'll be June, and then we'll find out how he's going to be on Fox. But that's his number one complaint with the young players. Too much social media, too much their brand, too much me. You got to worry about the team and winning. Winning comes first. He always says that. And then at the end, he said, and don't do any roast, whatever you do. And that is your trifecta. It's sponsored by Pep Capital. Over to Jimmy for this day in history.
On this day in history.
All right, kids, pull up a chair and let's see what happened on May 21st in the years past. And we're going to start in the year 1881. And that's when the American Red Cross was founded by Clara Barton in Washington, D.C. 123 years ago today, 1901, Connecticut became the first state to impose a speed limit. The new law restricted the horseless carriage to 12 miles per hour in the city and 15 miles per hour on the country roads.
That's pretty fast.
Slow down. 120 years ago today, 1904, the Fédération Internationale de Football Association was formed in Paris of what we know, of course, as FIFA. 107 years ago today, 1917, the Great Atlanta Fire began at noon. It was extinguished 10 hours later. It burned 300 acres, destroyed nearly 2,000 homes, businesses, and churches, and left 10,000 people homeless. Out of all that, there was one fatality, and it wasn't even a direct link to the fire. It was a woman that saw her house burned to the ground, and she had a heart attack.
Oh, wow.
So, 97 years ago today, 1927, Charles Lindbergh completed the first nonstop solo flight across the Atlantic Ocean, traveling from New York to Paris in his monoplane that we know, of course, as the Spirit of St. Louis. Took him 33 and a half hours. Now, we're going to jump forward just 5 short years from that, because that is the year that Amelia Earhart became the first woman to pilot an airplane solo across the Atlantic Ocean. 44 years ago in 1980 is our next stop, and that's when the movie, you might have heard of this, The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
It opened in the United Kingdom and some U.S. theaters, and it went on to earn $538 million worldwide. 34 years ago today, 1990, one of the most memorable series finales ever aired on CBS, Newhart, ended on this day, Bob, and that's that whole plot where he wakes up and reveals it to his wife from the previous show that the Bob Newhart was all just a dream. It's a pretty wild way that they kind of did the finale on that.
That's pretty cool.
And finally, 25 years ago today, in 1999, Susan Lucci finally won a Daytime Emmy
About damn
for
time.
Best Actress on her 19th nomination after losing 18 years in a row. Susan Lucci and Erica Kane on All My Children until it ended in 2011. And that's what happened on May 21st. Our history.
Great job, Jimmy. The new art show, what was he on that? Therapist? Did he portray a therapist? I thought he did.
That's a good question.
I think that's
I don't know.
I
It's
thought
been
that
a
was
long time.
Yeah, I think that was his profession. He was a therapist. Frasier was Frasier was a radio host, right?
But a,
Yes.
but a therapist too, right?
Was he?
Is he a therapist? What is he?
Well, yeah, but he did
Like, hold on.
he did the talking
Yes,
show, you know, like radio, but he was
He's
a
a therapist.
therapist.
It's like us.
Okay.
We're really therapists.
And
But I think,
So was
like in Cheers, he was just the therapist, and then he moved to Seattle and
Yeah.
got the therapist show.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Bob Newhart, I believe, was a therapist years ago on his show.
And then the show previous to that, what they owned like an inn or
I don't remember
a
that.
hotel or something like
Yeah.
that. And then
Way
apparently
before our times.
that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
the whole premise of how they ended it, which was kind of weird, right?
Yeah,
A little tie into the original show.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but yeah, definitely. But Frasier definitely was a therapist on the radio
Mhm.
and then stuff like that.
So we were talking about distracted driving because G-Man said he was in his buddy's new Tesla, and we've always had distractions. They're just different these days. At 47142 says we used to drive while looking at paper maps with full pages.
Yeah.
Said you can't zoom in on a paper map either. She said I drove from California to Nashville with a 200 CD case and a boom box in my passenger seat, and I did not stop driving to change a CD. And that's from Sarah B.
Yeah.
Yep. So
Good point.
Yeah.
Now, what is a map?
a lot of kids don't know.
What is a map out there? What is a map? Could you read maps? Some people couldn't even read maps. Like they were looking like, what the hell is going on? You know, they always seem so complicated and be like, why can't we just ask directions?
I never had to. Thank goodness. I know my parents did when we went on road trips. I never had to because when I started driving, it was help me, where you printed out the maps. What was that one thing?
Oh, well, Google Maps, but you could print it.
Yeah, it was Google Maps, and there was another one that you plugged it into your computer, and it would print out, but it would give you step-by-step instructions, too.
Sure,
the directions.
yeah. Mhm.
So it wasn't necessarily a map. Yeah. So
yeah. You didn't get you got, okay,
Yep.
go 10 miles down whatever road,
Yep.
turn left onto whatever road, and
Yep.
go another, so it's such a, but it was all written out, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
877-927-6969 is the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Jimmy, I know you had something very common that we speak about, some things that possibly we may be able to change.
There was a thread, of course, BuzzFeed that likes to do these, where they ask people to give common pieces of advice that, people debunk them, right? And one of the things that we've heard over the years is, and a couple of these we've heard, like, don't go to bed angry, right? I mean, that's one. And they say, well, no, actually, it's not such a bad idea because if it's that time at night, and if you argue then and you try to work it out, then you're already tired, you're groggy, you're not really in the right frame of mind. So maybe you're better off. All right, go ahead, go to bed angry, but deal with it in the morning type thing.
Sleep
And
on it, I've heard, right?
These are pieces of common advice that people are kind of saying, well, maybe you don't want to do that. Another one, like, never give up. Well, sometimes something just isn't working and you need to give up and let it go, right? I mean, that's, one of those type of things, right? And you'll also notice, though, with some of these, this is obviously coming from the mentality of a younger, like a teenager or a younger 20s type of an individual with some of these. Or at least that's the way I took it. When there's a bully, just ignore them. Right. And that's something that we've heard, if you ignore them, that the bully will go away or the bully will stop. And they're saying, well, sometimes they don't, most bullies won't stop because if you just ignore them, sometimes you got to put them in their place. Right. And you kind of figure that it will. But, a lot of times they'll keep going and keep going and keep going. Anytime I've ever had a bully I've dealt with, I did. I ignored it. It went away. But maybe that was just my luck. Right. I don't know.
Oh, everybody's got different situations.
Well, and that's the thing too. It's different nowadays. I can't imagine what it's like with some of the bullying that we see, like on even social media bullying. It's the same type thing, right? Another one is just tough it out. Just you'll be all right. Just tough it out. Come on, you got to get through it. And this thread says no. Don't tough it out at all. Talk about it. Take breaks, have a meal, and think it over. Do something like that. If you're sick, toughing it out won't fix that. Obviously, you just got to, get a cure for it. If you're, depressed and toughing it out won't fix that either. If you are hurt, toughing it out won't fix it. I'm sorry, it's repeated here what I printed. Take care of yourself and then keep going, or you'll run yourself into the ground. So don't necessarily tough it out. Just take a break maybe from it, or try to get away from it, or come up with a different solution. But toughing it out just isn't the way to do it. The old rub dirt on it, type of an attitude. These are some things that people were saying that they were common pieces of advice, and maybe we need to change our thinking of it. How about this one, where you forgive and forget?
Most people can't do that.
No,
Forgive?
You can forgive, but forgetting is a tough part.
That's the tough part, right? And because they say forgive, and they is the people on this thread, forgive, but don't forget, because 9 out of 10 times people's poor behavior is part of a pattern that maybe you need to break. Now, I don't know if 9 out of 10 is right, and maybe that's just what the point that they wanted to make, but that's something that they say. Don't necessarily forget, maybe they need to change something on their end as well. So these are common pieces of advice. Find a job you'll love, and you'll never work a day in your life. We've heard that one a gazillion times, right?
Yeah, that's also from somebody who's making $1 gazillion.
I
love it.
This might work for 1% of people, and this is very true. It doesn't necessarily even have to be rich people. If it's not, it's not a very easy thing to do where you find something that you love and you can make it monetarily work for you forever. It makes the rest of us feel like that we're doing it wrong, and whatever. I don't care as much about that, but I don't think necessarily that's going to work for the majority of people. So that's one of those. Find a job you love, and you'll never work a day in your life.
But you're working every day.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
I love my job, but I wish I was sitting on my ass.
Give 100% in everything. Give 100% in everything. That's the quote-unquote old common pieces of advice, right? In that one? No. Give enough to get it done at a decent level. They say the extra effort usually doesn't pay off. I have a tendency of that's one of those ones where I think you're hearing it more from a younger generation, because I don't say you have to give 100%, but don't just like mail it in and I'll just do the best I whatever, here, boom, it's done. I don't know. I put a little effort in, huh?
I would think you would. I mean, anything you do, it's like anything in life. But I think that's you as a person.
Yeah.
Some people, it could be the littlest thing. Take pride in your car. Something like that. Like, you care about that, how you work, what your friends, what you do. Say you buy somebody a gift. That's, you think about it. What should I get them? How do I wrap it? Stuff like that. I mean, it could be anything you do. I think that's your personality. Some people are just like, hey, just go through the motions.
Yeah, just go through the motions. Just barely do enough to get by. And I don't necessarily ascribe to that either, but I understand. You can't always give 100%, and that's just not reality out there, right? Something in between, I think, is a little bit more realistic. How about when you grow up, you'll understand. When somebody says, well, you'll find out when you get older, right? And that's something that we heard a lot when we were kids and teenagers, right? And they're saying, no, I'm 24 now and I don't understand. Well, you're only 24 still. Sorry, but you still got a little growing up to do yet. So that's one of the ones that I don't have a tendency of agreeing with on this thread.
No, I think you're right. I mean, when you're young, there are so many different things, and especially if it's your family about, you hear sometimes in a family like, when you're older, we'll explain it to you, or you'll tell you this or something like that. And, sometimes parents don't want to tell kids because they don't want it also with the other parent want to jade the kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, even my parents, when they split, there were some issues. When I got older, because I was young, I was 6 years old, I found out what it was about, more of telling me. You feel bad, you hear it, you know what I mean? If I heard it maybe when I was 7, 8, I might have changed my thought process, about everything.
Yeah, or the old, don't overindulge on this or don't do this, and you'll find out more as you get older, that type of thing. I'm 55 and I'm still learning things. I mean, I don't think you ever stop learning, and that's why I kind of push back a little bit on that. You'll find you'll see how it comes out. It does make a difference as you get through more experiences in life. How about kill them with kindness? That's one we've heard for quite a while, right? Kill them with kindness. Well, they say, they're indicating that maybe that's not the best thing to do. Sometimes people are just jerks who step away over the line.
Facts.
Call them out. there is that, right? There is sometimes you have that. Don't always
Sometimes it's
kill
just
them
so hard to
with
fake
kindness.
it, too. Just to be so nice to somebody who's not nice back to you, that whole kill them with kindness.
It's your personality. I mean, if you can maneuver it, but it is hard. So if you don't like somebody, too, you're just like, sorry, I'm just deal me out of it.
And to me, it's just being fake. Like, if you guys don't like each other, then be real about it. Why even deal with it?
That's the next one on the list. Fake it till you make it, right?
Is fake bad?
Well, I know it's not for you.
Faking anything doesn't make anyone feel any better. And that's, again, I believe that goes right along with the last one that you two were both talking about. I mean, sometimes you can't, right? Sometimes you just can't fake it. Treat people how you want to be treated, and you'll be taken advantage of. This is true. Instead of treat people the way they treat you. That's one, I think, a more common. I see that a lot, too, from all ages on social media that people do that, I'm going to treat people the way I am treated. Finally, on this list that I saw, it doesn't hurt to ask, and they think that that's a bad thing. That whole, ask for forgiveness instead of permission type thing. It can absolutely hurt to ask. It can be a sign that you have no respect or care for someone's position or situation. You may find that may be thoughtlessly used, be putting them in a situation where they need to tell you something that you already know. So it doesn't hurt to ask, man. That's their attitude with it. I don't know. I think that
I think you should ask.
You should ask if it depends. I mean, a lot of these two have that aspect of it.
What scenario?
It depends on the scenario, right? I mean, not everything is 100%, and that's probably the one part of it that you can take from all of this. These are some common things that people common saying, fake it till you make it. Well, maybe that's not it.
And I think everybody looks at a lot of things differently.
Of course.
Sure.
You look at one way, Franny can have a different
We're all
opinion.
different people.
You know what I mean?
Different
Doesn't mean
opinions,
anybody's
different
right or
thoughts.
wrong. It's just the way you see it. And sometimes, you could look at it and say, hey, you know what? I didn't see it from that angle, so maybe I'm wrong, and I got to improve. Trying to be a better person every day, people. 877-927.
Is that what you tell yourself every day? Is that you look in the mirror and just say that? We have it. So thank you. Bob Newhart was a therapist. Thank you, Sarah B. And then a lot of people were like, Franny, I think you were thinking of MapQuest, and that's what I was thinking of. It was MapQuest where you could print out
I
the
knew that. I
directions.
didn't want to say that.
Well, thank you, Greek. Thank you for letting us figure it out.
Yes. Thank you for letting everybody on the text line figure it out. Because did have a lot of people. And then we also have, I give 100%, I agree, but you have to acknowledge that your 100% may not be the same day to day. Just always do the best you can for that day.
That's true. I mean, everybody's different. MapQuest for me was something different for me in the bedroom. But when you're driving, I'm sure it worked too. 877-927-6969. If you have any things that you heard, any kind of sayings, and then you want to debunk them or, reflect on them, call us. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142. You want to date an asset, not a liability. There's one that a lot of people have said over the years, because whoever you're with should be an asset to you.
What else have we heard? Don't date potential.
Yeah, my brother always says that.
Yep, you've said that.
Yep, you can't date. People are who they are.
I know, but sometimes.
Can you make it? But can you change people? I don't think you can.
Yeah, but I think sometimes, especially younger, you have time to grow.
Sure.
So you are who you are, and they could have that potential to be a better person. They just haven't hit that yet.
Yeah,
so that's why I don't know. Obviously, we say all the time. I mean, we can't take everything as a blanket statement.
No, but you got to want to change too.
Of course.
Like if I'm with you and you're like, I want you to do X. If I really don't think that's a problem, I don't know if I'm going to change it. You know what I mean? If I do, then I'm like, hey, but it takes a mature person to step back and say, hey, I could be better at this, or maybe I was wrong on my feelings or stuff like that. I mean, it's just working it out. Communication is the biggest thing. Sometimes the more you don't get along with somebody, the better relationship turns out because you get to see each other and find out what makes you tick. You know what? And I'm like, do you have an alarm clock or not? I don't know. 877-927.
That was such a confusing statement.
But it worked.
It did? Did it? For who?
Sometimes the more you don't get along with somebody, you get to, what? You get to see them and then ask for their alarm tick.
Yeah, and you got to have an alarm clock.
Wow.
Do you have an alarm clock or what?
Okay.
877-927-6969. That's the number. Give us a call, Jimmy. Give us a call. You can text us at Real Radio 47142. Not mad at all. Not mad. Last week I went to Cleveland Clinic. I was talking about it, and they told me I had to go on an app to get my results. So that was like a big thing for me. I was like, oh, I got to go on an app.
I bet that went over great.
Oh, my God. So
an app? You mean I got to learn something? Dom!
A lot of the my company, my doctor I go to, they have the same thing. They have
crazy.
you have an app. They'll send you an email, and it'll get where you can create your login information in this app, and you can even Quest has one too, where they send you your results from your lab work right away. And obviously, you need to go to the doctor to review them and go over them, but you still can look at them before they do.
Yeah. Ooh, I was like, what are you crazy?
Mind blowing,
I mean,
right?
mind blowing.
The future is nuts.
Like, who am I going to pay for this?
This is going to cost me a lot.
So I just left
I got to make up a username for a portal?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I left a message. I said, this is so-and-so, so-and-so.
I don't use apps.
I don't use apps. I said, can somebody call me? I said, and just figure this out. So they were nice enough to call.
Actually, here's the easiest solution. You can always get a printout of your visit whenever you are at a doctor.
Oh, yeah, but this is my blood work after the visit, so they send it to them.
Yeah. Same thing. You can still get that all printed out.
So they said basically I got a week or two. So
to live.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right. So I'm good.
All right.
Greek, spit on it. I said I got a shot.
What are you doing here?
Who are you leaving the Benz to? Just out of curiosity.
I would not spend any other 10 and 2. This is where I want to be.
Okay, if I had a week to live. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I'm out.
They sent him in good shape, which I was very happy about. So was American Express. It is the Penthouse. On a Tuesday, we're going to come back with some Florida stories. Anything about bikinis? Because I heard a good bikini story.
Did you?
Yeah.
Nope, I don't have it, but you can bring it up if you want to during What the Florida. No, I have a Florida skating rink that definitely needed more security on hand. Plus, this guy was like, I was high and drunk, and I'm bringing it back now, so we're good, right? I'll let you know exactly what the guy stole. And then a grandma groped Goofy. Say it ain't so.
Oh, God.
I'll give you these details in your What the Florida when we come back in Real Radio 92.1.
What's a Real Radio podcast? It's Real Radio on demand. Find your favorite show at realradio921.com.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it. Woo! Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
The Grand in Your Hand on Real Radio is sponsored by Greenway Kia.
Head on over to Greenway West Palm Beach Kia right now for the largest selection of new, fuel-efficient 2024 Kias. They're overstocked and highly motivated to make you an incredible deal. Because we want to see you in a West Palm Beach Kia.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
It's been a nice drive along your expressways this morning. 95, the Turnpike, currently accident-free, flowing freely as well. Roadwork on Lakeview Avenue westbound at Flagler Drive that'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of how Duke's Coach K was nearly fired in 1983. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Tito's Handmade Vodka, and it's Memorial Day weekend. And guess what's coming up? A lot of barbecues and good times. Who do you got to invite? You got to invite Tito's Handmade Vodka. They'll make any barbecue a better barbecue, and all your guests will be happy with Tito's Handmade Vodka on the shelf and in the lineup. It's barbecue time. Add some Tito's Handmade Vodka to your big Memorial Day weekend. Peace!
Hi there, I'm Mia. I'm Air.
You're Air?
Yeah, I just got out of the lungs of someone smoking a cheap little cigar outside a bodega. Oh, it was so smoky in there. And where there's smoke, there's
fire.
Cancer.
Oh.
Yeah, little cigars might taste sweet, but they still kill. I'm supposed to be helping people, not unhelping them.
You mean
hurting.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm a bit of an airhead.
Little cigars are just as dangerous as regular cigarettes. Find out how to quit today at tobaccofreeflorida.com.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
Okay, I'll admit, I'm probably not the first guy that comes to mind when you think of home decor. But just because I like my tool cabinet where the china cabinet ought to be, doesn't mean I don't know how to stage your house for the best resale price. You don't need to read shiny architecture magazines to know curb appeal is a powerful influence on the price of your house. And that dented, old lime green garage door is not saying much from the curb. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door is the best return on home improvements when it comes time to sell your house. Better than a new bathroom or fancy kitchen reno. A new garage door will increase the price by thousands of dollars and put people in a buying mood the moment they arrive. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it nice. It's also good feng shui, whatever that is.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Does every mother count? Because not every mother survives. Last year, in the U.S. alone, 1,200 moms died from complications of pregnancy and childbirth, and it's only getting worse. In fact, a person is more likely to die from complications of pregnancy and childbirth today than their mother was a generation ago, making the U.S. one of the most dangerous high-resource countries in the world to give birth. Every Mother Counts is working to change this because the greatest tragedy is that almost all maternal deaths are preventable. Visit everymothercounts.org to learn more.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Crowell. We do have temperatures this afternoon topping out in the low 90s, upper 80s for some of us. We do have a front draped across the area, making those actual temperatures feel like closer to what they actually are, taking some humidity out of the air. Rest of the week, rain chances remain low as a result.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2024.
Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword check at realradio921.com. That's check. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Yo, guys, welcome back. What a weekend. Sure, you and Jimmy had a great time in Monaco after you crushed a gray horse, right, right, G? And here's a little public service announcement for everybody that's going to Saratoga. Okay, there's not going to be enough parking. So people are going to be letting you park on their front yards, probably for like $50 a clip. They're going to make a ton of money. Just make sure you're handing your money to somebody that can actually allow you to park in your front lawn. Peace, guys.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, it is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thank you so much for listening to Real Radio on a Super Tuesday. Greek Zone today, we were talking about the NBA playoffs and so much more. Jimmy's in the house.
Good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And time for some Florida stories?
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
what the Florida?
Looks like Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office is looking for what they call the Astro Skate fight organizers. They have arrested some adults so far, but they said that this fight that erupted caused damage to multiple businesses. All right, already they have arrested a total of 23 juveniles and 6 adults after responding to Astro Skate. They say that there was a crowd of about 400 to 500 people that gathered together in an area when the fight began. They're like, I am utterly outraged by that type of behavior. It is an anarchy. It is chaos, according to one of the chief deputies there. That they said it were in the social media video that they posted. It shows, just brawls, people punching, hair pulling, teenagers getting beaten and kicked through a window so I said this is at Astro, at multiple business, Timeout Barbershop was one of the businesses that were there too. That one alone, $1,200 worth of damages to that business. They said that There was a person that was injured at the barbershop that was just there to get a haircut, went to the hospital with a severe cut on their hands. They said a 7-Eleven had about $500 worth of damages. This thing spread across multiple businesses, but they met over there at that Astro Skate. They said people associated with the party went on social media, urged people to go to the business, riot, and confront law enforcement. It is absolutely crazy. They said law enforcement warned the crowd to leave the area multiple times, but fighting and theft continued on. And as I mentioned, it was not just children. There were 6 adults that were part of this that you should know better. I said some of these adults are facing trespassing as well as disorderly conduct. Some are facing resisting arrest. It is just an absolute mess, but they are looking to arrest more people because only 20-something out of 400 to 500 people. How insane is that?
That is crazy.
Yep. And then reckless car driving. Well, what happened? This woman went to a dealership, and they said that her name is Melina Logan. She went to the Honda dealership in South Miami to test drive a vehicle. Well, she refused to stop test driving the vehicle. She continued on.
I'm out.
Yep. This 27-year-old FHP started following her. They were on pursuit. There's dash cam footage. Shows her driving recklessly, making aggressive lane changes. They said speeding down the shoulder to pass vehicles at 90 miles per hour. Finally, she approached standstill traffic. They said that she crashed into several vehicles before becoming disabled, and they said pinned against a concrete ramp. So she decided to flee from officers. She got on top of the concrete ledge and jumped into the water below. They were trying to help her out. They put down a rope for her.
Yeah.
And she refused to grab the officer's rope to be pulled out of the water, which led to several officers jumping into the lake to forcefully remove her. They said at the time she was scratching and kicking, and she scratched some deputies. This woman was eventually, oh yeah.
Going in easy.
Yep. She was removed from the lake and booked into jail and now faces all kinds of charges. And then not just a vehicle was stolen, there's somebody who decided, hey, you know what? That school bus looks fun. And they did. They stole a school bus, and this is in Miami too. FHP arrested a man
God.
So he's a Sarasota. Well, they arrested a man in Sarasota after stealing a school bus and driving it to Miami. So the man in Sarasota stole a school bus, drove it to Miami. Daniel Saez from Land O'Lakes was arrested and charged with grand theft auto. They said that this happened early Sunday morning. So they got word that there's somebody who just stole a school bus. I love this. So according to troopers, when they pulled him over, he said that he was high and drunk when he initially stole it. And he
that
said,
makes it all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
he said, "Listen, I drove up to Miami and I was heading back to Tampa to return the school bus." He said he was stopped by troopers, right? He was like, "I was just high.
I was going to bring it back.
I'm going to bring it back, so that's okay, right? I'm not going to get arrested anymore." Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. He still got arrested. And then finally here, my favorite story is of a grandma who groped Goofy. Yes, the situation happened a couple months ago, but it is just coming out. The sheriffs did confirm an arrest. A 32-year-old male cast member who worked as Goofy at Walt Disney World. He was taking a picture with a family of 4 around 10:30 in the morning, and 3 of the family members posed on his right while Grandma stood on his left. So Grandma puts her arm around him, and then Grandma slowly puts her arm down. It's like around him, and then she's slowly moving it down to his butt.
Mm-hmm.
She grabbed his ass 3 times, and then during the squeeze, she's going, "Woohoo!"
I got a piece, baby. I got a piece.
She said, "Woohoo!" After the photo was taken, the victim, Goofy, stopped the meet and greet to alert his attendant that he had just been groped. So, of course, park leaders were notified behind the scenes. The grandmother stated with an attitude, "What? I guess he doesn't want us here." They said the family then walked
Goofy
off.
don't want us here no more.
Yeah. The grandma, whose name was not identified, was described as being in her 60s. I love this. Wearing leggings with a black Minnie Mouse shirt that read Nana Mouse.
Nana Mouse.
They said the photographer Disney did witness what happened and gave a statement. So they said, according to the photographer, Goofy stopped the interaction with the family and was asking them to leave. And the father asked his mom, he was like, "What did you do?"
This is terrible. What are you doing?
She's like, "I didn't do anything. I guess Goofy just wants us to leave now." So I don't know, because they said he wanted to prosecute her for battery.
You hear more and more stories over years about these mascots and different things getting, grooved and touched and bothered, even the ones in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't understand people's thinking. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Grabbing somebody, you can't do that.
Did you read more to this? Because I didn't see anything about them.
You started the beginning there that she was arrested, and I hadn't read that part yet because the charges were the last that I saw was that they were going to or they were looking into it, but no arrests.
I'm
were
sorry.
made yet.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I misspoke. That nobody had been arrested yet.
Okay.
The sheriff's office confirmed nobody. Excuse me. That I misspoke. That nobody had been arrested yet. And not just that, we don't know because every time we hear this, you're banned from the parks for life or all kinds of stuff. I haven't heard anything about her punishment.
Yeah, I don't believe it's gotten to that point
Okay.
yet, is all.
Well, because this happened.
That was all.
But this happened a few months ago.
Yeah, you would think that something at this point would have been, whether it would have been an arrest made or some sort of something done.
Because that's what happened. The situation happened February. Sheriff's office confirmed that nobody had been arrested. So we're talking months later. So does that mean that no punishment against Grandma? And that is your What the Florida.
Thank you, Franny. Great job as always.
It's one of those things that, because you think of the character that, you want to make a joke about it, but it's not a joke.
No.
The kid was pretty upset from what I read.
Jamie,
in the costume.
Do we have somebody on hold?
Oh, we do. We got Steve checking in with the Penthouse. Hey, Steve. Welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. How's it going? You have a good weekend?
Yeah, Steve. How are you, sir?
Well, besides the heat, I'm doing all right. But I had a serious question for y'all. Like, you can do any time frame. How do you feel the work environment is down here versus other areas of the country? Like, do you feel it's better or worse, or getting worse or better?
Well, when you say,
unfortunately, I can't speak because I don't for the other parts of the country because I don't really know what the work environment is like there. Do you guys?
No,
not really. I mean, the work environment is very subjective, depending on where you're at and what you're doing and whatnot. If you mean from the standpoint of what, like unemployment rates or that type of thing, it always seems like we hear people, "I can't hire people. I can't hire people. I can't hire people."
Like nobody wants to work.
Yeah,
too.
well, people. It's hard to fill positions and things like that, especially in the restaurant industry. It feels that way anyway, from what we hear, and that's about the only take I got on it, Steve.
Well, I asked that because I was like, it seems like down here, like you said, there's more. We're hiring, and you find out that's advertising just to more or less collect people if they ever need somebody. And I'm like, can't that kind of be illegal? Kind of like there's no vocational skills being taught anymore. It's like, do we have to pass a law for people to be nice? Do you want people to go to work? Or do you want people to rob you? Is the way I look at it. Seriously. That's just my take on it. But, I may be wrong, maybe on how I feel about people in the workforce and how to treat it. I don't know if some places are better, for how they treat their employees, your pay, your work environment. Type
Yeah,
stuff.
you should always be treated nice. No matter what you're doing.
Yeah, well, I've had some doozies of a boss, but, for everybody out there in the workforce, there's always a chance to do your own thing nowadays. More entrepreneurship than ever before. And Shark Tank, YouTube, something, I'm trying to maybe do that with my fiance. Yes, that's right. I said that. To maybe do that instead of just going to work, because I'm just tired of it. I know people say, well, they got easy. Yeah, you got easy in some ways work on the radio, but not everything. Everything just sit back and just do nothing. No, you got to do a little more than that, folks. So, pick your jobs wisely is what I say, because you're kind of married to them.
Yep.
No, you're right.
I agree 100%.
And good luck with your future endeavors with you and your fiance. Hopefully it works out.
Yep, Steve, thank you for the call always, brother. Keep in touch. And thank you for listening. We do appreciate that. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Diddy's video was released over the weekend. Not a great thing.
Not a great thing at all. And then he was crying
sad.
about it, what a changed person he is. That video was brutal. And
Tough
it's
to
of
watch.
him. Oh, tough to watch. His ex-girlfriend, Cassie, who had allegations way back in the day, and then she got paid off, basically. And this video just came to light. It was from the Intercontinental in California.
2016, though.
And, it doesn't matter.
No, I'm saying
happened.
it's amazing that it came out that, 8 years later. I mean, he supposedly, the article I read, he paid that hotel.
He did. He paid him $50,000 not to release that video.
And then CNN just got it out of nowhere.
Which doesn't. Well, I think that they just had a case which she did eventually get paid off, and it's dismissed. So I don't know. Maybe if that's why that they decided, all right, well, hey, let's release it now. I don't know, but
he can't be convicted.
But his people didn't obviously release it. I don't know who did.
No.
We have no idea. Maybe you do. I have not read anything about
Very
it.
sad. Tremendous.
But so terrible. I mean, kicking her in the face. Kicked her a couple times.
Throwing stuff.
It's bad.
Yeah, very bad. And sad situation. Then
he came out with a video crying and whatever and saying he's a changed man now. And it's just like, what are you going to say?
Mm-hmm.
It's a terrible video.
There's no way to justify it. So,
No.
I mean, he's going to try to
yes.
pawn it off that way as best as he can, because obviously he's going to take a big hit on
He
this. No pun
denied
intended,
all
I'm
those
sorry.
allegations and made her seem like a crazy person. And now that it's out, he's coming up with this, I'm a changed man. I'm a changed man.
course.
Yeah, he said that it never happened when she was talking about allegations of abuse and all this stuff.
Now,
Yep.
I know you both just said that he paid off the hotel not to release that video. Now, what was her take? Did she never go to the police? Did she not report it? Or did she report it and they didn't believe her?
I think not when it happened. I don't think she did anything. Not when it happened. But I think years later.
She never.
Not when it first happened.
She didn't file a police report.
Well, I think she was scared to death of him because she still spent some time with him after the fact.
I can see why.
Yeah.
She was also a lot younger than him. She was breaking into the music industry. That's how we met her. And I'm sure there was a lot of different things. There's been a lot of allegations and stuff over the years with him. Different stuff. The video is just very tough. It sucks.
I'm curious to see how bad, because I don't want to put this out there, but the hotel group that owns that's the one my sister works for. So I wonder if they're even getting some backlash from it because they accepted the payment to get rid of that surveillance. Well, at least not put it out there in time. Obviously, it's not gone.
Well, what I read was somebody got paid. I don't know if it was the hotel or a hotel employee.
Well, yeah, of course. But it doesn't matter. You're an employee of the hotel.
Oh, of course. But I'm saying if it's a hotel.
You represent them.
Yeah, the hotel might not even have known this has happened. I mean, the corporation might not know. They don't know what's on videos at every hotel. It's huge. I mean, I don't know. It's just terrible. He did put out a video. I don't know if the video helped him or not. I think it was worse from what I've been reading from people. But yeah, not a good thing. You should never put your hands on anybody, no matter what, and especially not a woman. And that wasn't a good situation.
Oh, that was vicious.
Yeah, it was bad.
It was vicious. You had mentioned a couple times to me about it, Greek, and I finally looked it up right before the show started today to see it. It's like, wow, that is just brutal.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah. Now, I know Spotify stopped all his music. They're not playing his music. He stepped down as the CEO of his company about 3 months ago.
Well, it's because of all these other allegations.
Sure, yeah. The FBI, hit his house in L.A. and in Miami. I mean, so who knows where this ends? I don't think this is done. But, yeah, this is a very disturbing video of what happened and sad. And we're going to see how his friends, people around him look at it, too. I remember years ago when Chris Brown went through this with Rihanna, he was like almost nobody wanted to even talk to him with Rihanna in that situation. But, yeah, terrible video. It really is. Sad. It really is sad. I don't think you should even have said anything. I think you should just let it go because I think when you come out, I think everybody's like, what are you saying this now for? Now you're sorry after the video's out? Should have did it when the allegations came out, but he always said it wasn't right. But 100% wrong and not a good situation at all. And a tough video, definitely, to watch.
Well, they said that the security at the time that this happened, saw the footage and told her to leave, go home, go to your apartment, get in a cab, get out of here. But the complaint does allege that he paid the Intercontinental Century City $50,000 for that security footage. So it puts the blame on the hotel itself, not necessarily a person that did it.
It sucks. I mean, again, it's not a good thing. It's not a good image. It's not a good situation for the hotel. And knowing that stuff like this could happen. And again, it's one of those things people have said for years. If you got super big money, you can get out of things. You always hear that. We talked about phrases that you hear. People hear that, the super rich can get out of big problems. And you can think of 10 cases where, that has helped them and situations like that. Yeah, if this video was out, it would have changed the whole course of everything. There's no doubt about it. 877-927-6969. One thing we do talk about is everybody dates, has fun, then they get married. I saw this article last week, but Franny has it today, where I can't see this, but people go in debt to attend a wedding.
Yeah. This is we talk about people going in debt for actually having a wedding. We're talking about bride and groom, the actual wedding that it's for. Yeah. But the fact that guest, I was so surprised to read this. I was like, this makes no sense. Why are you doing this? So when talking about it, we know that can be pricey to get married, but also for wedding guests. A lot of people, it can be pricey if buying something like a dress code approved outfit, booking a hotel and flight, especially, right, if it's a destination, and all of these other expenses that go into attending the friend or family's wedding can add up pretty fast. So this is not a huge sample size, but about 2,000 Americans. They said nearly a third of those who attended at least one wedding in the last 5 years have taken on debt to do so. Yep. Some racked up $2,500 or more.
That I can't
At
say.
23, yeah, I guess destination, right, is what you have to think.
Yeah.
They said for 43%, they spent an average of $100 to $499 to attend a wedding. Think outfits, gifts, right, whatever it is. I don't know how many people get their hair or makeup done for a wedding. I just don't. I mean, maybe.
Oh, you get a haircut.
Yeah. While 29% spent at least $500 and 12% spent at least $1,000.
Give me their names.
So they say part of the reason wedding guests tend to spend more than they can afford is expectations and pressure, mostly from family, then friends, and even from the couple themselves. So they say despite the cost, 74% of those who took on debt to be there said it was totally worth it.
All right, well, good. If you feel, anything in life, if you feel it's worth it, whatever you did, effort, money, then it's great. Then you're like, okay, you know what? I spent that. I mean, to go in debt for a wedding, I don't think.
As a guest, it's nuts.
Yeah, I think that's crazy. I don't think people should ask you either. And I can see where you say, like, hey, I don't want to say this, but I wouldn't want anybody to go in debt in any shape or form.
No.
And the one number's high. 33% of people have said there's at least one wedding they've given in debt. And that's crazy. That's a high number.
It is.
I mean, so that's why those divorce parties are even bigger. You're not going to go in debt for that. Just come as you are, hang out, and relax. If you've ever had a situation where you went in debt for a wedding, let us know. Call us at 877-927-6969. Oh, for years you hear women all the time, like they buy a dress and they just throw it in the closet. And it's just great. Rent a runway. Look into that. Rent a dress for the night and just run with it. and then you don't have to spend any money. Just telling you, get all your girls to do that. It's like $150, and you just do that. Why make them spend $700, $800, $900 shoes and everything like that?
Rent the Runway has been around for a long time. That was a smart idea.
It's a great idea.
They do it on Amazon now too.
Yeah, I mean, just rent a dress for one night. You're not going to wear it
But
anyway.
sometimes you do, and they're still kind of pricey. And you think about it, like, I'm renting this dress for $300 and I have to give it back. I mean, you can bargain shop.
Yeah, you got to look for it. I mean,
I'm on here right now. The first dresses that pop up are $450 at this rent the Runway.
We'll have to look at it first
Okay.
before we make a purchase.
All right.
Jimmy, I want you to
Still
check these out. $450 is a lot. I'm thinking like $150 or something like that. But you hear a lot of girls always say these wedding dresses I got were
Just buy a dress, keep a tag on it, and go return it after you're done. I've never done that.
That was Franny.
Never done that.
That's Franny. A lot of people
Hey,
do
worked
it.
for me every time, girlfriend.
You know what you do if you see somebody with a tag on it, you cut it for them. And it's either like
I'm very good at taking them off strategically where you can put it back on.
So then you
that's
have done it.
embarrassing if the tag is it. I don't know what you're talking about. I did it for a friend.
Oh, okay. But that's if you see somebody's tag, you go, oh, dude, let me get that. And they're like, no, I want to return it.
I honestly have not, because first of all, I'm very lazy when it comes to that. Like, I have things that still have tags on it that I've had for years, and I just haven't returned it. I have the I was going to return that hat that I got for the Kentucky Derby.
I remember that. And that was like $100.
It was like a $300 hat. That hat I got from Kentucky Derby, and that's why I was like, I'm returning this hat when I'm done at the Derby, and I never did. I still have it in my closet. How many times have I worn it? Once. So yes, no, I kid. But I do know people who have done that.
Yeah, I mean, women could do it. Guys are tough. You can't really get a suit because you got to get tailored and stuff like that. You're going to sweat in it maybe. But women, they can maneuver. So if you see a tag sometime and a woman go, I'll get it.
A lot of the expenses though on that article were, like out of town.
Yeah, and that's what I said,
like,
destination
right?
weddings. I think that's where it's going to start adding up.
Yeah, that's.
Or even some people, even if it's close by, maybe if it's at a hotel, they want to get a room so they don't have to worry about driving or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, that too, even if it's in your hometown.
And again, like you said in the article, embarrassment. You don't want to say like, hey, I don't have the money to do this, or I can't stay. So,
But that should, right? You would think that they should understand, like, hey, listen, I just can't afford to go to your wedding.
Yeah. I mean, I could give you a gift or I could come.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of times destination weddings, if you go, I think the protocol is that you don't give a gift if you get on a plane. That's your gift. You're there. So maybe you could say to the person, like, you're not that important to fly here, but I would appreciate a gift. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday, a Fat Tuesday. We'll be back with a trifecta and Dave Matthews tickets. Can you believe it? Dave Matthews. We'll be back.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
In this world that we live in, it is so much easier to be beautiful. If you are somebody perceived as sexy, hot, attractive, life is 10 times easier.
I don't even know what hardship is like.
Get out of here.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
It's been a nice drive along your expressways this morning. 95, the Turnpike currently accident-free, flowing freely as well. Roadwork on Lakeview Avenue westbound at Flagler Drive that'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Need an oil change? Short on time? Drive into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Stay in your car and be back on the road in about 15 minutes. Our expert technicians use premium products for top-notch vehicle care. Quick, easy, trusted. That's Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hey, it's the Greek. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach 11th Annual Feature Tournament, May 23rd through the 26th. 4 days of stunning shows with 6 of the industry's most talented performers competing for 5,000 cash prizes. This is a great event every year, and I've been in the house. You're not going to want to miss these girls. They have talent. It's Monroe's 11th Annual Feature Tournament, May 23rd through the 26th, and $5,000 cash on the line. Monroe's open till 5 a.m., 7 days a week. Peace.
Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people, Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better immediately at Sam's guaranteed best price. Navage, Navage, Breathe easy.
I
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Okay, I'll admit, I'm probably not the first guy that comes to mind when you think of home decor. But just because I like my tool cabinet where the china cabinet ought to be, doesn't mean I don't know how to stage your house for the best resale price. You don't need to read shiny architecture magazines to know curb appeal is a powerful influence on the price of your house. And that dented, old lime green garage door is not saying much from the curb. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door is the best return on home improvements when it comes time to sell your house. Better than a new bathroom or fancy kitchen reno. A new garage door will increase the price by thousands of dollars and put people in a buying mood the moment they arrive. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it nice. It's also good feng shui, whatever that is.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Summit Racing has the parts and accessories to keep your ride summer road trip ready. Choose from millions of parts in stock. Shop summitracing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends June 2nd, 2024.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Injured? Hire the largest injury firm in the world. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings Fantasy.
With the lack of former champions still alive in the NBA playoffs, the pressure is mounting in Boston. The Celtics have been banging on the door for a title for the past half decade. But when the lights are on, Boston hasn't shown up. And if history repeats itself this year, it may be time to reconsider just how viable the team's young core truly is in the franchise's pursuit of an 18th NBA title. I'm Dan Patrick.
Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code SPORTS, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
Kick off your summer with iHeart 80s. Rewind to a decade in music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. More. iHeart 80s goes commercial-free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart 80s, and start listening now. iHeart Radio. Free never sounded so good.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. To the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning in to Real Radio. In a few minutes, your opportunity to win tickets for Dave Matthews at 11:45. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And now it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, Caitlin Clark is 0-4 so far in the WNBA. Did score 17 points last night, 22 on Saturday against Liberty, but they have not gotten to the win column yet. It has been a little difficult for her and her team, but it's a work in progress, and hopefully they can get a win sooner than later. Two in the Dolphins. The Dolphins had one offer so far to Two and his team, and it's been rejected. These are rumors. We don't know amounts of money. Jimmy said he heard $50 million range. I think the Dolphins and him will get a deal together. I don't know if he's worth this kind of money, but we'll see what happens. I've always said something's worth what somebody will pay for it. So supposedly the Dolphins did give him one offer, and he stepped away from the first one. Those are rumors. Final four in the NBA, we got Boston and Pacers tonight. Boston's laying 10 points on your Hard Rock app. And then Wednesday night, you got Dallas and Minnesota. Minnesota is big favorites over Dallas. So your Final four in the NBA are Boston, the Pacers, Dallas, and Minnesota. Boston is the favorite to win it all. And Brady sat down with 5 draft picks in the NFL, young kids, and he said, you guys can't work on social media and your brand. Work on winning, learning your craft, making you a better player. Don't worry about social media. Work about your brand. He said that's what the biggest thing he sees with the young kids today. That's all they're concerned about is their brand and their social media. And obviously, because it turns into cash, and cash is king, but he's making a point of, man, you got to win. You got to be good. You got to play hard. Then work on all the other stuff in life, and it'll all work together. And that is your Greeks Trifecta for lunchtime, and it is sponsored by Pep Capital. Peace. 877-927-6969. You can give us a call on that. Jimmy, I know you...
NFL's upcoming season already? Well, apparently she has, but maybe not quite in the way that you would think. Taylor Swift's tour schedule was taken into account during the drafting of the upcoming NFL season, but not in the way you might think. So this is how the deal went down. Of course, we know who she is and who she's dating with Kelsey. And apparently there's a little bit of a rumor that went around that because her tour is going to be in Toronto right around the same time that the Chiefs play the Bills in November. So the conspiracy was that they created and made it that a home game for Buffalo because it would be nearby, right? She would be nearby. She could come to the game, right? So that's a little bit of a conspiracy to win around. Of course, that wasn't true at all.
Who knows?
And there was people that were out there really thinking of it. But Here is what the NFL did do in regard to it, and it's not going to be surprising at all. Taylor's tour will take her to the stadiums for Miami, the Saints, Colts, all this fall, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just where her tour is going to be. So the league had to make sure that those teams were on the road during the same dates that her tour was
makes sense.
right? So it's no different than the fact of the venue is being used by somebody else, and they had to take that into consideration with coming up with the NFL schedule this year. It will be interesting to see how many games Taylor does make it to, of course. That is always up in the air, but of course she can go. It doesn't matter where they're playing. She can go to any of those venues. So the fact that this whole one in Buffalo kind of is like, really, you're
stretching that.
She doesn't need it to be close by for her to get to the game. So, it's just kind of funny, but it's no different than any other venue commitment to another band or event that's going on. That's all.
Especially when she's in America doing her tour. She can fly anywhere. Jump down and say, I'm going here, I'm going there. It doesn't matter. It's not like she's overseas doing her tour. So, yeah, the Miami one will be here before you know it, and the tickets will be crazy price. Can only imagine the amount of money people are going to get for those tickets. But she's, no matter where she goes, she sells out, and she sells out as a premium. Jimmy, who do we have on hold?
We have Evan on the line. Evan, welcome to the show. What's going on today, buddy?
Hey, everyone.
Evan?
Hey, Evan.
Yeah, Greek, do you have an extra $30 million in your pocket?
No, if I did, I wouldn't be here. Why?
Well, because in August, they're going to auction off Babe Ruth's jersey that he wore in the 1932 World Series when he was calling this shot.
Yeah.
They say it's going to. They're planning on $30 million for that one jersey.
You got to be kidding me! That jersey, 30. I'm not saying it's not worth it, but $30 million is huge. Really? I can see $5 million. 30? Wow.
That's what they're predicting.
That's insane.
That's unbelievable.
One jersey, yeah.
That number blows my mind. $30 million. It's amazing, and his family doesn't get any of that. Obviously, it's whoever has the jersey. And that they're auctioning off. That is crazy. You just think about the things that people pay for, and where's it stopping? We talk about it all the time, Jimmy and I, with salaries and different things like this. And, I mean, what's the highest jersey ever been sold for? A couple million, right?
I think you said about $5 million. We talked about this a couple weeks ago, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the top.
It was like $5 million, I think, yeah.
$30 million. Man, that is unbelievable. It really is. And the rich get richer, too. So they got more money to spend.
Well, I know who's not going to be betting on it.
Who?
Charlie Sheen.
Oh, because he got
Charlie
screwed.
Sheen.
Yeah.
He has no money anymore. Yeah, he doesn't have that money anymore. And I was watching the qualifying for the Indianapolis 500.
Okay.
And what they do, they get 4 laps to qualify. They go around 4 times, and they have a few times to do this. Well, it's on a time limit too. And the champion 2 years ago, and then last year he came in second. Well, he was on his 3rd lap, and he stopped. And he thought that he was already he lost count of how many laps. And so he almost got bumped out. And thank goodness there was a kid that got in a crash, and that's how he got in. But otherwise, he was just his mind just blew. It just out of nowhere. He just. And
nobody mic'd. Aren't they mic'd up with in their cockpit where somebody be like, "Hey, Joe, what are you doing pulling over? You got one more lap."
At that point, it's too late, though.
But once you stop, once you slow down, you can't pick up that speed, like you can. They're going 234 miles an hour.
No, I know. You would just think that there's constant, communication back and forth with the driver in the cockpit of, hey, this first lap, second, what I mean?
Exactly.
I would think.
Yeah, that's the part that would make more sense, right?
Yeah,
and how did he lose track of the
It's only 4 laps.
You would think that somewhere along the lines that they would be, okay, well, here's your final one. Something like some sort of dialogue and that
I would
essence
think.
would have been there.
Or even keeping track, like, hey, lap 1 was this time. You're doing good. Now lap 2, you know what I mean? I would think that they would have some communication. Obviously, they didn't.
Fastest qualifying lap this year, from what I understand. They broke the record.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. That sucks.
Nope. Yeah, no, they actually did. His guy on the radio was saying, okay, this is the white flag. White flag means one more to go.
Okay.
And he stopped at the white flag. He did say white flag. And that, for anybody who knows about racing, white flag, Jimmy, one lap to go. And then he just stopped.
He just probably had a brain fart then when he was driving is all. It probably just a matter of that.
We don't want to be his sponsor.
And well, he's a champ, and they call him the sneaky Swede.
The sneaky Swede. Okay. All right. Well, that's a good story, Evan. The Babe Ruth thing. Wow, that's mind blowing. $30 million from that jersey. I want to see when that auction goes off. We've got to follow back to that. I want to see what it does go for.
Yeah, it's in August. I'll get some more information on it.
All right, brother. Thank you so much.
All right, bye.
It is time right now for you guys to pick up the phone to call up for Dave Matthews tickets.
This is like a 4-pack of tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're not just doing 2. We're doing 4.
Yep. We have a 4-pack of tickets to see Dave Matthews Band. That's going on this Friday, May 24th at I Think Financial Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale now, but how about grabbing this 4-pack of tickets for free? We're going to play a little game called He Said, She Said, and that's where I read you a quote, and all you got to do is tell us, did Greek say it, did Franny say it, or did I, Jimmy, say it? And if you guess correctly, we're going to send you to this Friday to see Dave Matthews at I Think Financial Amphitheater. I see the phone lines are lighting up, so I'm going to get some people lined up, and we'll get going in a minute.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Don't forget this weekend, Memorial Day weekend is here, and Monroe's has their big tournament for ladies with a lot of talent. And
they come from all across the country, right?
Yeah.
To perform and to compete for this.
Yep. $5,000 on the line. 6 ladies are involved. Unbelievable tournament this weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. All the nights are going to be packed. All the nights are going to be a lot of fun. Beautiful ladies. 5-star menu. Open at 5 a.m. But is their big weekend tournament for $5,000 in cash at Monroe's of Palm Beach. So if you like talent and you like great shows, and these girls have unbelievable talent. The things they do are crazy.
It's a show. I mean, you think, all right, adult nightclub. Yes, you are going to see some female body parts. You will see.
Who focuses on that?
You will. But these, I mean, they're acrobats.
Oh, yeah. Fire.
They're athletes. Yeah, no, it's a show. It's really fun.
A couple years ago, one of the girls did the thing with, what was that movie? Transformers, came out like that. It was just unbelievable. And some girls with flames, and it just... It's a show. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about it, and it is definitely worth it. Check it out. That's this weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's their 11th annual Monroe's tournament this weekend, $5,000 in cash. So make up your plans now and put Monroe's on your agenda for this weekend. It'll be a great time. Don't forget, the Panthers are on Real Radio. We're only 4 games away from a Stanley Cup. Can we go back-to-back? And we are playing the Rangers tomorrow night at the Garden. Game 1, Panthers and Rangers. Man, it's going to be a good series. We're only 4 away. 4 games away from the Stanley Cup back-to-back. Hopefully the Panthers can do it and then get to the Stanley Cup. And we'll see what happens. It's Dallas and Edmonton on the west side. Can't worry about them. Got to worry about this now. And you got to worry about the Rangers, our last opponent to get a Stanley Cup. So listen to the Panthers playoffs push Eastern Conference on Real Radio over the next couple weeks. Jimmy, are we ready?
We are ready for today's contest, and we're starting with Alan. Alan, welcome to the show. How you doing today, pal?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're doing great, Alan.
Good, man.
We're doing great. Good to hear from you. Thanks for always tuning in.
8 down, 8 to go.
You got it.
Let's see if we can get you set up with a 4-pack of tickets to Dave Matthews Band going on this Friday at I Think Financial Amphitheater. I'm going to read you a quote, Alan. All you got to do is tell us. Did Greek say it? Did Franny say it? Or did I, Jimmy, say it? If you guess correctly, I've got the audio to back it up, and we're going to send you to Dave Matthews. Okay, buddy?
Okay, thanks.
Here is your quote. How many times do I have to blow? How many times do I have to blow? Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that, or did I, Jimmy, say that?
That's Greek.
And you were so confident.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, but that was well. Here, I'll just play it, and we'll all find out together.
How many times do I have to blow? So angry about it too.
Yeah, so angry. She was mad. So bad. How many times?
I'm tired of this.
All right, I'm sorry about that, Alan. Next up, we have Brad on the line. He's second in line to win Dave Matthews tickets. Brad, how you doing today, pal?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing awesome, Brad.
Excellent. Any chance we can get off a speakerphone?
Sure.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, you understand how this game plays. Brad, I'm going to read you a quote. All you got to do is tell us. Did Greek say it? Did Franny say it? Or did I say it? And here is your quote. You can't suck that long. You can't. Wow.
All right.
Here it is. The proof's in the pudding.
You can't suck that long. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I, Jimmy, say that?
I am going to put that on Franny.
Ah, damn it. That one was our very own.
You can't suck that long.
Greek. Unfortunately.
I was talking about somebody in her life.
I was talking about blowing. You're talking about sucking. What's going on in this show?
We got a theme going today.
It's great teamwork.
And we both sound angry.
You know what? It's weird. Sometimes I do remember them. You were talking about a team.
Yeah, so I said.
I think it was the Bears,
Yep.
if I'm not mistaken. You can't suck that long.
Yeah.
Well, apparently they can.
They suck.
Sorry about that, Brad. Next up, we have Zach on the line. He's third in line to win Dave Matthews tickets. Zach, welcome to the show. How you doing today, pal?
Thank you. Hey, everybody.
We're doing great, Zach. How long you been listening to Real Radio?
For the last 5 years.
Oh, wow.
Florida.
So I guess you think we're talented?
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't sound convincing, Zach.
What show you listening to?
You sounded like people I sleep with.
All right, Zach, let's see if we can get you set up with a 4-pack of tickets to see Dave Matthews Band. I'm going to read you a quote. All you got to do is tell us. Did Greek say it? Did Franny say it? Or did I, Jimmy, say it? And here is your quote. Oh, you eat it whole. Okay. Oh, you eat it whole. Okay. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I, Jimmy, say that?
Sounds like something Franny would say.
Yeah, what did Zach?
There it is. All right, great job, Zach. Matter of fact, this is what it sounded like.
Oh, you eat it whole. Okay.
Okay. Oh, you eat it whole.
Okay. Now I know the lay of the land.
All right. Well, great job, Zach. If you would hang tight, I'm going to put you on hold. When we go to break, I'm going to get back on the line with you and get some info from you, and we'll get you set up with that 4-pack of tickets to the Dave Matthews Band show coming up this Friday. All right, buddy?
Thanks.
Congratulations. And
Nice.
you're like, dang it, guess what? We're doing it again. We're doing it tomorrow.
Do it again?
Are you kidding me? And a Thursday, a 4-pack of tickets to this Friday night's Dave Matthews Band concert happening at, I think, Financial Amphitheater.
That is tremendous. Great job, Jimmy. Thank you for your help. Thank you, Andrew. Always providing the best prizes. Always the big things going on. We're trying to make you guys get there and have a good time. And it's on us at Real Radio because we can't thank you enough. You can never thank us enough either, so it works out even. 877-927-6969.
How many times do I have to blow?
Wow. In case that was out of your realm, it's coming back. Could be somebody's ringtone. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. You can't suck that long. Or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. You can't suck that long, too. Eventually, it swings. I mean, it's just in life. It's like losing. Eventually, you're going to win one, and you know what? You're going to be like, it's going to change. It really is. So if things are going bad in your life right now, think about it. There's a good spot around the corner.
It can't suck that long.
No, it can't. What is wrong with you?
It's right around the corner.
Just trying to wrap my head around what you're saying.
What's wrong with her? With her?
Like,
With her?
It just doesn't make any sense.
With life.
Okay.
Be more impressed how I got through life.
I'm just hoping like I'm going to listen to you and be like, oh, yeah, that was pretty wise. and then I just leave going, what just happened?
Isn't wise something more that you are as opposed to something that you could say? I mean, you look at the person, you say, that's a wise person. He's learned a lot. He has a lot of good experiences.
Nope.
Okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. It changes with everybody. It is the Penthouse. Dave Matthews tickets again tomorrow. Don't forget. We're doing it again. Don't forget tomorrow, Dave Matthews. And we appreciate you guys listening all the time. You can't pay us enough for what we do for you, but you know what? This is the kind of people we are. We're just so humble. Franny's here. Jimmy's here. I'm here. Fun facts about Peaches?
No, it is a couple days. I mean, it's always a holiday we base it on. Probably your favorite today, International Tea Day. We know how much you love a tea bag.
Oh, yes.
Nice. All
Wow,
right.
thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, who doesn't want a good tea bag?
National Waiters and Waitresses Day. So make sure you show some love to
You don't
your
want one? I don't.
waiters and waitresses. And then I have some pretty mind-blowing facts for a dinosaur day today.
Oh.
And I'll get you those facts. I don't know if you knew, when I was a kiddo, I loved dinosaurs.
So did I.
Oh, my God.
God, I was dinosaur like 8 years in a row at Halloween.
Oh, were you? What kind?
How ironic.
The irony. What kind?
Who knows?
What dinosaur were you?
Who knows? Whatever.
All right. We'll get back.
Getzastrand.
Who?
The Getzastrand.
He's got a strand. Strand like a virus?
Getzastrand.
So you're a dinosaur virus. Okay. All
There's
right.
a dinosaur out in the Middle East.
All right. We'll get you those fun facts.
Okay.
Bye.
When we come back on Real Radio. Bye.
Got something to say? Text us at 47142. Start your message with Real Radio. Standard data and message rates apply, and don't text while driving. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
It's been a nice drive along your expressways this morning. 95, the Turnpike, currently accident-free, flowing freely as well. Roadwork on Lakeview Avenue West, but at Flagler Drive, that'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Summer starts early in Florida, which means we get more beach time, more sunshine, and more time to enjoy refreshing, sweet, and juicy Florida watermelon. The best part of summer is already here. Locally grown, fresh from Florida watermelon. There's sunshine in every bite.
Hey, it's Franny, and are you ready to turn your used car into cash? Look no further than GiveMeTheVin.com. Selling your car has never been simpler. Just fill out their free online form, and within 60 seconds, you'll receive a fair cash offer for your vehicle. At GiveMeTheVin.com, they'll beat your CarMax offer or give you a check for $100. And they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So get an instant cash offer for your used car right now at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people, Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better immediately at Sam's guaranteed best price. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Here's a surprising fact. More than half of men over 40 experience some degree of erectile dysfunction. Yes, it's more common than you may think. ED can be a sign of a more serious health condition, such as diabetes or heart disease. So if your partner is distant or having trouble in the bedroom, encourage him to speak to his doctor about it. Understand it's not your fault. Learn more about ED, its causes, and treatment options by visiting edcure.org or call 561-944-8977. There, you can find a board-certified urologist in West Palm who specializes in treating erectile dysfunction beyond medication and access an ED assessment. If your partner has tried pills or injections and hasn't gotten results, it's time to learn about a permanent solution that's proven to be safe, reliable, effective, and satisfying. Visit edcure.org. That's edcure.org or call 561-944-8977. Sponsored by Boston Scientific.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with 500 megabits per second internet and security for $70 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 500 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gigs to 100 megabits per second 5G internet at Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Up to 3 times downloads for existing essential and standard customers.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Kick off your summer with iHeart80s. iHeart80s goes commercial-free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the app, search iHeart80s, and start listening now. Free never sounded so good.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carwell. We do have temperatures this afternoon topping out in the low 90s, upper 80s for some of us. We do have a front draped across the area, making those actual temperatures feel like closer to what they actually are, taking some humidity out of the air. Rest of the week, rain chances remain low as a result.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
Summit Racing has the parts and accessories to keep your ride summer road trip ready. Choose from millions of parts in stock. Shop summitracing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends June 2nd, 2024.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword BANK at realradio921.com. That's BANK. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, welcome back into the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thank you so much for tuning in, and hopefully you were tuned in, I don't know, let's say about 30 seconds ago, because Rover from our morning show, Rover's Morning Glory, gave you a keyword for you to get $1,000 in your hand. It's still going on. You get a keyword every hour, 13 hours a day, shall I say. And then, did I say 13 hours? 13 times a day, sorry. And then that keyword, you enter realradio921.com, and you could possibly win $1,000. And if you missed that, I believe that keyword was bank. Am I correct, Jimmy?
Sure was. Bank,
all right.
B-A-N-K. Go to realradio921.com and enter bank, and you'll be in the running for this hour's $1,000.
Thank you so very much. This is Franny. Of course, that was Jimmy. Good afternoon, Jimmy.
Hello, and good afternoon.
And we have you. You can always participate with us on that text line, 47142. Started off with Real Radio. Jimmy has an email, Jimmy at realradio921.com. We have a really cool talkback feature on the iHeartRadio app. And, of course, that toll-free number, 877-927-6969. But it is 12 o'clock, which means it is time for some fun facts.
It's Franny's Fun Facts.
So I like to base it on these odd random holidays. I always wonder who the heck makes up these holidays because there's so many of them, right?
And they get, they are official, right?
Yeah.
So who approves it?
Who approves?
Who makes it official?
Like, I need a patch for that day. Like, what? That's a holiday. Strawberries and Cream Day, National Strawberries and Cream, National Memo Day. Rapture Party Day, but what I'm going to be doing today, it is Dinosaur Day, and I have some facts you may or may not know about dinosaurs.
Oh, boy, this could go on for a while, really. I mean, I'm sure there's a gazillion fun facts out there that you could choose from.
But I'd try to just pick some random ones so we didn't have to go on forever. But one of these I was really caught off guard because I was like, man, when I was growing up, this used to be my favorite dinosaur. You have dinosaur arms?
Yeah, I'm doing my T-Rex, my T-Rex arms.
You can watch that if you have Real TV. You just have to search realradio921.com and click on that link. Brought to you by Jason Weiser. So I'm going to try to say these names. Anemi, they're so hard to say. Nemi Colopteris crypticus. Easy for me to say. They said,
out of all the fun facts that we got, you have to come up with that one.
I know,
huh?
because they said not every dinosaur was big, and that one in particular, they said had a wingspan of a little less than 25 centimeters.
Oh, okay, so
tiny
little guy.
Yep. And this is the one that I was like, what? And I saw on a couple websites because I had to fact check this one, but they say the mystery of the fake dinosaur. So Brontosaurus, right? You've heard of a Brontosaurus.
Sure.
I loved growing up. Brontosaurus was my jam. Well, claims are it never actually existed. They said it was actually it was incorrectly identified because they put together a head of a Camarasaurus on the body of an Apatosaurus. And they're like, and then so they created this one dinosaur. And if you look on other websites to fact check it, they're like, yeah, Brontosauruses weren't real. They incorrectly identified it.
Really?
Yep.
Is that something that they just were able to figure out recently?
I guess.
Compared to years ago?
Learned about it,
or have
right?
we been lied to all these years?
I mean, I feel like we've been lied to all these years.
Well,
but,
it could be that.
But yeah, the claims are, and if you look Brontosaurus fake, you get a lot of websites that are like, yes, it is. And I'm like, what?
No
Did you know
kidding.
that, G-Man?
Absolutely not. I mean, really?
Yeah, it's not a
I'm
real
surprised
dinosaur.
my keypad worked today.
Yeah, there was a paleontologist who actually was the one who created it, but it was a combination of two names of two dinosaurs, and that's what happened. And actually, the meaning of it, from one of them means deceptive lizard, and the other one, the Camarasaurus or whatever, means chambered lizard. But yeah, this guy put them together and was like, this is a Brontosaurus.
And what is he? A patho what?
Huh?
What is his...
A paleontologist?
Paleontologist? Well, that's a good thing to say to somebody in a nightclub or a restaurant. What are you? And they won't even know.
You've never heard of what a paleontologist... I think a lot of people know what a paleontologist is. Great.
I would know. I would know. I would think it was somebody who figures out a path.
I didn't say anything about a path.
Okay, sorry.
Paleontologist.
I heard path.
Oh, my goodness.
Of course you did.
Assuming a dinosaur didn't get eaten by another dinosaur, they said that they lived from 75 years to about 300 years. Some dinosaurs did. They said scientists can't be completely sure.
Screw that.
But I know. But they got this from studying dinosaur bones and running math on their size and metabolism. So obviously, you got to figure it out that way. But I mean, we think about it, tortoises, stuff like that. They live forever. So you absolutely cannot name every species of dinosaur. They said no one can because there's really uncertainty. There's most certainly many more species that we don't know about. We only know of the ones whose fossils have been found. So they think there's so many more out there that we have no idea what's going on. And if you didn't realize, mammals and dinosaurs live together. They're like, no, it's not what you think. I'm not saying humans are frolicking around with dinosaurs, but there were definitely mammals around. They say rats and other ancient rodents, they said, were around during the dinosaur time. I can't whistle. A lot of dinosaurs had feathers. Yep, that's what a velociraptor probably looked like. And when they say that is a picture, they say, but they can tell some dinosaurs had feathers because of the notches in their bones. So sometimes it would look like your normal velociraptor, but they would have like feathers coming from their little tiny arms.
There are raptors, like rappers music?
Oh my gosh.
Jimmy's face.
Dinosaurs are still around today. I'm just kidding. Not really, but kind of, because birds evolved from dinosaurs. So whenever you're eating your chicken, just think you might be eating a descendant from the T-Rex.
Wow. Pretty deep. That's pretty deep.
Well, that was the whole feather tie-in, right?
Exactly.
You know, so I was wondering if it was going to go down that road.
Yeah, that's it. So
or path.
So birds are descendants of dinosaurs. So yeah, next time you're eating your KFC, be like, huh.
KFC? Oh, I'm thinking about.
You're like, what's KFC?
It's a fast food restaurant.
I know, he questioned that like he's questioning dinosaurs, paleontologists.
I looked at Jimmy all the time, like, Jimmy?
It's like Chick-fil-A.
What's Marriott?
You don't even know what a Marriott is? We've stayed at one before.
I'm kidding.
All right, I'm going to end it there.
No, let it go on.
Now it's good.
Come on.
That's
Come
your
on.
fun facts.
Don't make me beg.
Plenty
Don't
of
make me
fun
beg.
facts.
Jimmy, who do we have on hold?
We have James James on hold, and now he's on the air with us. Hey, James, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing? How's everybody today?
Oh, man, James, we're doing so good. I hope the day repeats itself.
Listen, Greek.
Yes.
Can I talk to you?
Yeah, sure.
I owe you a commission.
Okay. For what?
I went to the Kennel Club on Saturday, and I went to the window to bet Bestic Dan.
Mm-hmm.
See ya. And I remember that you mentioned about the gray horse, and I put a bunch of money on Seize the Gray.
Nice.
And it won. And I said to myself, thank you, Greek.
Wow.
That's awesome. Congrats.
Congratulations. You don't owe me anything. The only thing you owe me is to listen to Real Radio. I'm glad you won. I love when people win. And we talked about that, Jimmy and I, the gray horse. It's one of my traditions at the track. If there's a gray horse at number 7 for Sinatra and my dad, I bet it every time. So good.
Well, that's great. Yeah, I was excited when I saw he won start to finish.
Yeah. I got a little nervous at the end. I told Jimmy when he came across, because when he came across a little bit, I thought they maybe get him for interference, but they didn't. Because once he cut in front of that horse at the very end, there was no way the horse could catch it. But it was start to finish. The track was a lot worse than I thought, though. They really didn't even Saturday. We didn't talk about it.
Really muddy.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it that much Saturday. The weather, but it was bad. The track, it really was.
Well, anyhow, thanks for the. I believe in karma, and that's what happened. I dropped those lunches off to you, and what happened? It goes around, comes around.
You deserve it, brother. Thank you so much.
And thank you for the lunches. Congrats.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
47142 started off with Real Radio. Somebody wants to let you know, G-Man. They're like, hey, Greek, Ross Geller on Friends. He was a paleontologist. David Schwimmer's character.
Oh, I had no clue.
He doesn't pay attention. And then
did you know did you know what they did? Like the 6 Friends? I knew Jimmy. I mean not Jimmy. Joey was an actor.
Yeah, Monica. She was a chef. Rachel Geller worked for a fashion company, and she also worked for like Ralph Lauren or one of those. People.
Bloomingdale's.
And I don't think anybody ever knew what Chandler did. Lisa Kudrow was a waitress and a massage therapist. So yeah, I knew.
Well, it's pretty good.
Yeah, nice job.
Thank you. I paid attention.
Wow. Fun facts about Friends.
We also have, let's see.
Fun facts about Friends.
Ocean 444 wants to shout out all the South Florida in real life streamers. Okay. All right. Well, shout out Ocean 444.
Make sure you know what it is before you throw it out the website.
Well, no, they want to shout out. No, it's Ocean 444. I guess I got a couple. Yeah.
We get paid for our shout outs, by the way.
Wants to give a shout out to all the South Florida, streamers, it says here. Okay. And then we said, if you want to see a bird that looks like a living dinosaur, check out the shoebill. All right, I'll check out the shoebill. We have on here the Jimmy 1155 save Greek saying he likes getting tea bags. We already have that. But if there's any more of it, I mean, whatever.
It's a show.
And then 70
Not
says,
a hobby.
I wonder if Ray Rice saw the video and went, damn.
Not
Talking about
happy?
the P. Diddy.
Not a hobby.
The P. Diddy video. They were like, I wonder if Ray Rice saw the video and went, damn. Says, we can only hope that Sean Combs loses his career and we never hear from him again. Fingers crossed, according to that text line.
Both
the
terrible
texter,
videos.
Yep. You can always participate. 47142 started off with Real Radio.
Yeah, Jimmy at realradio921.com is the email address. Now, we were also talking earlier about the Bob Newhart thing.
Yeah.
Right? So, our good friend Bill, he put it in the best way possible, right? So, in Bob Newhart's show, Bob was a psychotherapist, and in the spinoff, he retired and moved to New Hampshire. So it's the same character. It's the same person, right? Type thing. Where he ran the Stratford Inn, which is a bed and breakfast, right? That's the part that I remember. On the last show of that series, he wakes up at the very end back in New York at his house, and he hadn't retired.
Oh, okay.
So that was the whole thing. So that whole second series show, technically, like, it never happened.
It was
like
a dream.
Yeah, it was a dream.
Okay.
And that's the a much better way of explaining how that went. So thank you very much for that email, Bill. We appreciate that. Jimmy at realradio921.com.
That's great news, too, for James. Such a nice guy. Brought us lunch a couple times. I'm glad he won on that gray horse at the Preakness. Ben and J-Lo, looks like they are going to be having some issues, and it looks like the rumors are not going away that these two are in different directions.
But they were together over the weekend.
Were they really?
Yeah, we were together one day.
They were together one day, still wearing wedding rings.
I don't know. It's crazy. Everywhere you go, you hear different stuff about them. I hope they work it out. I mean, it's their second time. I didn't realize, also, I read an article where they've been together a few years already, 2 years. I thought it was a lot less than that. I don't know. I have a feeling he might end up leaving her and go back to Garner, his first one.
I don't think she'd take him back.
I think
I think she's getting married, isn't she?
That's a technicality.
Well, whatever.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. That's not important, is it?
3 days with Ben, 4 days with the other guy.
I can see Ben and J-Lo breaking up. I don't know about going back to Jennifer Garner.
Either.
I don't know.
I mean, it took quite a while for them just to get to a kind of a peaceful point, right? The two of them wasn't that kind of nasty there for quite a while, and then eventually they both cooler heads ended up prevailing, and they sort of worked things out a little bit.
Yeah, and she just seems like a very nice person. She really does. I follow her on social media. She's so fun. Seems very humble. I don't know her, right?
No.
Like at all. I just see what I see on social, but she does. And it says that even like during his times with alcohol and now with these rumors and stuff like that, they say that she's always tried to help him whatever way that she can.
Which is very nice. I mean, they have children together.
Yeah.
I think they have 3 together. So, I mean, that's the father of, obviously, the kids, and she wants to help. And it's very nice that she does that because it's important, too, for the kids, obviously. You want them to be in a better spot. But I don't know. These two, if I was betting, I would bet that they. And it's J. I mean, J-Lo's been through so many guys, like at a high level of getting marriage. This would be like her 6th marriage.
Well, they also say, like, of course, there's rumors everywhere, but with her tour flopping, her movie being a flop, all this stuff, like,
she's blaming him.
It's been very stressful for her, and I'm sure she probably, like it happens with most people in marriages, that's who you vent to, and that's who your frustrations go out on, unfortunately.
She probably says it's your fault.
Stressful.
Yeah, since I got involved with you, and you'll always look miserable around me, people think I'm mad all the time. But I'm not mad, Jimmy, right?
The yelling has nothing to do with it.
It's just expressing yourself. That's all it is. It's not being mad. You would know when somebody's mad. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved with the Penthouse. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
Well, this happens a lot every year, right? Where they rank states with the worst drivers or the best driver. Like it's just a total ranking from best to worst. And of course, another one is out. This one done by Forbes. And out of this, we'll say research and data that they took, what state would you say is the worst for drivers?
Florida?
A lot of times we come up with some of the usual ones like Florida,
New York, California.
Right, New York, California. Well, apparently not. Apparently, if you want to see where the worst drivers are, you got to go to the middle of America. And that's when they crunched all the data, and New Mexico ends up topping the list of states with the worst drivers.
Interesting.
Now, the thing about this is it's talking about dangerous ones, which are, very kind of coincidentally, we were talking earlier about being distracted. Your friend with the Tesla and then others. I mean, we've seen the cars, right? And how they can have so many gadgets going on and how much it can easily distract the driver. Of course, taking into consideration, drinking and driving while tired, drowsy, and then, of course, being distracted. These are all some of the things that lead to, fatalities, and that's where a lot of the data streams for this particular workup that they did, and that's where they got New Mexico as being the worst. Wyoming was second, followed by Texas, Oklahoma, Montana, Louisiana, Kentucky, Kansas, Mississippi, and Missouri. And a lot of this is, again, we think we have a tendency of going, and I'm with both of you. If somebody asked me, I would have said probably New York, right? And again, the hustle and bustle and everything. And in Florida to some extent,
age,
right?
They always talk about the demographics.
The age, that's another good, right?
Yeah, I've heard it all the time. They say because so many older drivers.
If we did something along this lines where we took the data from certain age groups, I'm sure Florida would rank up there a little bit higher because of that. That's a good point.
And I think another one we talked about this, you mentioned this a while ago, last time, brought up the age because they're so young driving to a young age.
Yeah, and with very little training.
Yes.
I mean, and requirements of what you need to be able to know. It sure seems that way anyway down here. Mississippi has the highest total number of fatal car accidents. Montana has the highest number of drunk drivers involved in fatal crashes. And New Mexico has the highest number of fatal car accidents involving a distracted driver. And that's where a lot of the focus was on those type of key elements. The state with the best drivers, or at least the least dangerous ones, are Massachusetts. And believe it or not, 6 of the 10 included New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, all in the Northeast, all in that congested area where you would think that it would be the worst, right?
Yeah, you would think so many people. Every night you hear stories.
But here's the other element that I was taking into consideration after I started reading this is you get a lot of highways like Route 10, we think, right, out in Texas, where you can do, I don't know, I think there's areas where there's not even a speed limit at all, right?
Really? Yeah, I have no idea.
If I'm not mistaken. If not, it's like super high, right? I've seen some where it's like 90 miles an hour or something. Because, again, it's all open, flat, straight, and they just don't worry about it. They let you go. Well, you get distracted and you veer off the road and you're dead. I mean, that's not even, and that's where a lot of this comes from. Times that people were in fatal car accidents, and that's where you get some of these numbers. You get those congested areas like New York. Well, you may have a lot of accidents. They're not necessarily fatal.
Well, also, like you said, when it's so packed, you're not going such a high speed.
And you're not driving as fast. Yeah, yeah.
I would, but I would definitely have thought New York, like you said, because of the amount of people.
The typical, I would say if you just did volume of accidents per capita type thing, I'm sure states like that, they're a lot higher. You get a lot more fender benders and things like that.
I mean, I've never seen so many. I mean, obviously, going to the Lincoln Tunnel, GW, every day you see so many cars in and out.
Yeah. L.A.
Yeah. Oh, forget L.A. Yeah.
L.A. is just what the 414 or the 404. What's that?
405.
405. The main highway that goes into L.A. It's unbelievable. It's always a sea of red traffic lights. I mean, it just doesn't seem like it ever stops.
That's why Kobe ended up going helicopters after his first couple of years. He just said it would take him 2-3 hours to get home. So he commuted by helicopter for years where the Lakers played, and just the amount of traffic is just crazy.
So do yourself a favor, because it's today's Dinosaur Day, and we had somebody text in and said, look at the shoe bill. It's actually historic. It is absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like it. And they're right. They're like, you want to see something that looks like a dinosaur? So go online and do yourself a favor and do that at 47142. And I always appreciate all you guys participating on that text line.
Thank you for being involved in the show and texting us your comments, thoughts on the show, or any topic. We always do appreciate that. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Those are ways that you guys can get involved with the show. Dolphins and Tua, their first negotiation back and forth. Reports are the Dolphins did say, Tua's camp said no to the first amount of money that was thrown his way. I don't know what it is. Jimmy said he heard. I got a text from somebody who was in the $50 million range.
Somebody said to me, well, is he worth $50 million type thing? And I was like, well, I don't know. I don't think so. But unfortunately, that's the going rate. But that's where that number comes from. I didn't know that he had rejected it, though. That I hadn't heard till you mentioned that this morning.
That's what the reports are.
Right.
The Yankees are trying to get signed Soto, maybe wait until the end of the year. I heard this last night at dinner, that they are floating around a number where he gets $1 billion.
What?
$100 million a year for the Yankees.
Wow.
Crazy. That would be like just unbelievable. He's only 24. And this person, it was like, I'm telling you, that's what I'm hearing.
And I thought it was nuts when you were floating out the idea of 500.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, well, it's definitely past 5 or 6, $100 million. He's not signing for that. I mean, again, rookie of the year. MVP, World Series champ. He's having a great season. He's only 24, but I can't believe like $100 million a year. Like, wow! I saw 60, and I thought that was a ton. But so many salaries.
So I don't pay I don't pay much to like the payday and stuff unless we talk about it here. But baseball is still paying way more MLB. Than any other.
It depends. I mean, the NBA is probably a lot too. It depends on each player. Like the Phoenix Suns had 3 guys this year over $55 million each. I mean, that's a ton of money. All of it is. Forget about it. The average, if you look up all 3 sports, I think the NBA might be the highest, or Major League Baseball might be the highest, but again, every team's different.
It's hard to compare because you have 11-man roster on NBA, right? So if you just 15. Say overall, the overall expense of it, it's you got to look at it more from an average type of a perspective. I think with baseball, you have so many more players. Just that alone is going to skew the numbers.
Yeah, I think
baseball NFL again the same thing.
52.
Right?
I think baseball is 26 or 24.
Right.
Okay.
And the NBA, some of them, I think Jimmy, it's 15. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
It
okay.
might be 12.
Please, you can correct me on that number because I'm not sure. I just think of usually the bench and what's there. But the point being is just that alone. It feels to me like baseball is the one that is shooting out these numbers of 200, 300, 500 million.
Asked, yeah.
You know,
that's what it feels like.
But you know, I don't know what's Mahomes overall. You know, because typically, here's a question: why is it typically when we talk about like NFL, it's always by year, where by baseball it's by contract, right? It always feels that way.
Because one of the differences is that baseball and basketball contracts are guaranteed.
Guaranteed, the entire one, right?
NFL is not.
Yeah.
So they can cut you at any time. They can release you. And that's why the biggest thing has changed in the last 3 to 5 years in the NFL is not what you sign for, what's guaranteed.
Right.
We always say,
and they're going more in that direction.
That's what they want. When Cousins went with the Falcons, 180, but 100's guaranteed. Not that 100's bad, but I mean, he has the potential to make 180, but 100's guaranteed.
Yeah.
Baseball and football, I mean, the basketball, every penny.
And you're starting to hear it go that way, right? You're starting to hear it trend to where you're not talking about by year. You're talking about overall what is guaranteed. Also with football, it always seems like, and I could be wrong on this, but there's a lot more incentive-based add-ins too.
Oh yeah, well they have
I'm sure there is in basketball as well. You get so many points and you get a bonus.
They don't do it that much in basketball and baseball because again, it's guaranteed. So it doesn't matter if the guy scores 2 points or 80. He's getting that money whether he plays or not. With football, they give the incentive so you can get to the next level.
More tackles.
Whatever.
More
they have
catches, yards.
Yeah.
The whole
Baseball and
thing.
basketball, there's no incentives. I think they have ones like maybe if you win the MVP or stuff like that. But again, the money is guaranteed. And that's what baseball has been hurting with. Like, Judge for the Yankees. Every dime he gets. He might not get a 10-year contract, but he gets every dime.
Yeah.
Soto with this, this was dinner last night. And this guy said that. He knows a little bit. He's involved with the Mets. I was like, wow. Are you 100 million? 60 I thought was a lot.
Yeah. Which is what I'm assuming it's a 10-year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
But man, 100 million. Where's the stop? It doesn't stop. And none of these checks bounce either, by the way. None of them bounce, which is the crazy thing.
That is just beyond mind blowing. Because it just feels like 2 years ago we were talking about 230 and 250.
Yeah.
And now here, not what feels like a very short time later, we're already talking about anywhere from $500 million to $1 billion.
Crazy.
Guaranteed, like you say, guaranteed. Every dime of it guaranteed.
Oh yeah, they're not getting out. You got to pay every single penny of that. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Tuesday. Hope you guys have a good day. It's going to be very hot out there today, so make sure you put a lot of air fresheners in your car. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
In this world that we live in, it is so much easier to be beautiful. If you are somebody perceived as sexy, hot, attractive, life is 10 times easier.
I don't even know what hardship is like.
Get out of here.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Road work in West Palm Beach. Banyan Boulevard closed due to road work. This is between Dixie Highway and Olive Avenue. Clematis or 3rd Street are your alternates. Expressways along the Palm Beaches look good and up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey, it's the Greek. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach 11th annual feature tournament, May 23rd through to 26th. 4 days of stunning shows with 6 of the industry's most talented performers competing for 5,000 cash prizes. This is a great event every year, and I've been in the house. You're not going to want to miss these girls. They have talent. It's Monroe's 11th annual feature tournament, May 23rd through to 26th, and $5,000 cash on the line. Monroe's open till 5 a.m., 7 days a week. Peace.
Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people. Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better immediately at Sam's guaranteed best price. Navage. Navage. Breathe easy.
Looking to make the most money on the sale of your vehicle? GimmeTheVin.com buys all makes and models from $2,000 to $200,000. They buy them all at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's ultimate speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with 500 megabits per second internet and security for $70 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 500 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment tax and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gigs to 100 megabits per second 5G internet of Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Up to 3 times downloads for existing essential and standard customers.
Okay, I'll admit, I'm probably not the first guy that comes to mind when you think of home decor. But just because I like my tool cabinet where the china cabinet ought to be, doesn't mean I don't know how to stage your house for the best resale price. You don't need to read shiny architecture magazines to know curb appeal is a powerful influence on the price of your house. And that dented old lime green garage door is not saying much from the curb. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door is the best return on home improvements when it comes time to sell your house. Better than a new bathroom or fancy kitchen reno. A new garage door will increase the price by thousands of dollars and put people in a buying mood the moment they arrive. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it nice. It's also good feng shui, whatever that is.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Willie Nelson, Waylon Jennings, Chris Christopherson. Before they were legends, they were lost souls looking for their sound.
You want to be a songwriter?
Not really. You are a songwriter.
Discover the true, untold story of Sue Brewer, the extraordinary woman behind outlaw country music, starring Mandy Moore and featuring T.J. Osborne.
They call it the Boar's Nest. It's just my apartment, but you never know who'll show up?
In a new scripted Audible original.
Any advice?
Yeah, distill something whiskey can't.
The Boar's Nest, Sue Brewer and the Birth of Outlaw Country Music. Listen on Audible.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month. But you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning. Do you know May is Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month? When a motorcycle is in motion, it's more than just a motorcycle. The rider is someone's friend and family. Save their life by taking time to look for motorcycles before turning or changing lanes. You must look for motorcycles to see motorcycles.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carlwell. We do have temperatures this afternoon topping out in the low 90s, upper 80s for some of us. We do have a front draped across the area, making those actual temperatures feel like closer to what they actually are, taking some humidity out of the air. Rest of the week, rain chances remain low as a result.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Summer savings start now at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances from brands like KitchenAid. Offer valid through 6/5. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Kick off your summer with iHeart 80s. Rewind to a decade in music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeart 80s goes commercial free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart 80s, and start listening now. iHeart Radio. Free never sounded so good.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you are. Thank you so much for tuning in, whether you're listening on the iHeartRadio app or, of course, the FM dial 92.1, 101.7. We so appreciate you. This is Franny. Good afternoon to you, Jimmy.
Hello, and good afternoon.
And, of course, we have G-Man in the house. Good afternoon. And
Hi,
speaking of...
Franny. You're the greatest host on the radio of all time.
Was that Greek?
Yes. And I got to go get some money and hookers. You're just like a hooker.
Oh, that's, you know what? Not a great inspiration.
No?
Nope.
Okay, let me try something else.
Why don't you start yelling? Maybe that'll help.
Freddie, what are you doing over there? I got to carry the show.
We do. I know, that weight on his shoulders. And we have you participating. Somebody texted, they were like, hey, you know, what dinosaur did you say was a fake one? And I said the brontosaurus. And they're like, wow, that's unbelievable. So, and then somebody else texted and said, and at an average height of 5 feet. Which one is this one? Hold on. That shoe bill. The one that they
Oh,
told
right.
me,
Okay.
I guess average height of 5 feet is almost as tall as I am. They said almost as tall as you, Franny. Yeah, about.
So they're small.
They are, but for a bird, they're big.
Well, true.
For a human, I am small, but for a bird, that's pretty damn
Well,
big.
listen, I don't know. I think that there are other birds that are.
Well, I mean, of course.
I
like
guess
an
so.
emu.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
And
The rare exceptions. Yeah.
yes. What are the ones that we have here with the? The
Sandhill cranes.
Sandhill cranes.
They're kind of tall, right? Maybe about 3 foot.
3 or 4 feet.
About how tall is a flamingo? Because they kind of get a couple feet tall.
Yeah, I would
right?
say like 3 or 4.
But not definitely not 5 though. And that was the point.
No,
so.
yeah, like there's a lot of birds that I don't look eye to eye with. Thank God.
That's true.
Hi, G-Man. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Francis, Jimmy. Did you guys do a trifecta?
No, because that's your job.
I thought maybe you jumped ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize. I lost my shoe.
I don't even know how that happens. But...
Well, they're slip-ons.
Oh, okay.
It's a crazy area.
The problems. The problems.
Yeah, I mean, slip-ons are tough. They're comfortable, but you lose them. Last night, guess what happened? The Rangers and the Panthers are getting ready for tomorrow night's game at Madison Square Garden. We're rooting for the Panthers. Obviously, you can hear them on Real Radio 921. Don't forget, tomorrow night, Panthers, hockey, and it is the playoffs. We need 8 victories, 4 more, and we're in the Stanley Cup. Caitlin Clark played another game, and she lost, but she scored 17 points, 22 points on Sunday against the Liberty. 0-4 so far, but she says, you know what, it's a long season, and she did have a good attitude after the game. She said, we'll get some wins sooner than later. In the NBA, the Final Four is set, and you do have the Boston Celtics against the Pacers tonight, and then you do have the Minnesota Timberwolves against the Dallas Mavericks. I got the Mavericks. Hopefully they win. We'll see what happens. Minnesota is playing great. I think it'll probably be I think it's going to be Minnesota and Boston, a situation where has never happened before in the NBA Finals. Tom Brady met a bunch of rookies at a big luncheon, and he said, focus on you. Focus on who you are and get wins. Don't worry about social media. Don't worry about your brand. Just focus on knowing your craft, playing better, and being a winner and win games. Then all the other stuff comes. Also, JC was at this luncheon, so these kids had the pleasure of sitting down with 2 icons in both their industries and guys with big, big connections and big pockets. So this is Brady's message to them. Greeks Trifecta is always sponsored by Pep Capital, and that is your lunchtime edition. Peace. 877-927-6969. We had earlier on the show people attending weddings, but they had to go in debt. 33% of them. If you ever had that situation, let us know. Love to hear about that. You could also text us or call us. Anything else you want to bring up to the program, you always can. You could always talk to Jimmy, myself, or Francis about anything, but that's on the table today. And you could always, like I said, bring up anything that you guys want. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call.
I got these bunions. What do you think? What do you think?
You're talking about that?
Too bad.
Can't help it.
Is that what everyone talk about? So what people are talking about are the most confusing emojis, and this specifically this year, 2024. And so I went on the website to check it out, and they have the most confusing emojis, and they tell you what people think they are, but what they don't tell you is what they actually mean. So that I don't appreciate. But
when you don't know emoji, it's brutal sometimes, because I don't want to write back and go, what are you saying?
Well, yeah, so it tells you the percentage of what people who, when they asked them what they thought this meant, it tells you what they think they meant. And I have the top 10 here, but what they don't state is what it actually means, which is very frustrating because I need to know what they actually mean. So I guess what does that mean? We just interpret emojis in different ways, unless, Jimmy, you have a different article. But they say a person getting a massage. You ever see the one where it's just a person's head and there's 2 hands? It looks like they're getting a head massage.
Yeah.
So 7% of people think if you send that means you're exhausted.
Okay.
16% of people means those rubbing the temples. That's what it looks like, out of frustration or irritation, if you get that.
Wow.
And then 77% just means you're getting a massage. Just a massage. The majority of people think that.
Wow.
All right. So this is something that it doesn't tell you exactly what it means. Then you have...
Yeah, that one's not on my list.
Yeah, that was at number 10.
You must have a different list.
Mhm.
Okay, so because I'm looking at some as well.
Then they have the fearful face. It looks like it's just the smiley face emoji looks like in shock or in fear. So 2% means I just had a revelation. 7% believe it means sickness when you send it. 11% say, yeah, it's fearful. 17% say this is horrible news when you get that.
Duh.
That's what they assume. And 63% means it's shocked or you're surprised. Now what they call the sleepy emoji, but it's sleepy, but it looks like there was a little water droplet coming out of either their nose or their eyeball. I can't tell.
You crying?
So 2% disgusted, 18% means sickness, 29% sleepy or tired, and 51% think it means sadness. So everybody interprets these differently, and these are what they consider the most confusing emojis this year. So the money with wings. I always send it means my money's leaving. Bye-bye. It means you're losing money, right? It's a stack of cash with wings. Isn't that what you would assume?
Yeah.
Some of the majority of people do think that. 50% thinks it's losing money, while 24% thinks that means you're gaining money.
Yeah, I think my buddy sent me one the other night, and he's dating some girl, and I go, how is she? And he sent me that emoji.
Yeah.
And I thought,
the money's going, you're losing. I'm spending a lot.
That's what that's what I thought. I responded.
That's what I take it as, and that's how I've used it too.
It's like everything else. The context that goes around it, usually it matters a lot too.
But some people just send emojis and nothing else.
Well, then there's that too,
Yeah.
right? But it depends. I mean, if they're just sending them randomly, then what's this about?
Yeah. Some people thought 15% meant you're flaunting or showing your wealth with that one, or 11% transferring money, which I guess could mean.
Okay, yeah.
I always thought I was losing money. Even my friends will send when they leave the casino or the track, and I'll be like, "How was the day?" And they send me that, so I assume you lost cash. I didn't think anything else. Especially my buddy with the girl.
I mean, if you won money, you would think it would just be dollar bills.
Yeah,
right? They wouldn't use it with the wings.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Wings to me means that money is going away. It's like ta-da or ta-da.
Yeah, when
ta-da.
people
ta-ta.
win money, I always see like the money bag. Like they'll send me that with the little, that's what I assume.
Yeah, either that. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The upside down face. I have a girlfriend who sends it to me all the time.
Does that mean you're upset?
And I have no idea. But some people it means passive aggression.
Oh, that's deep.
Yep, smiling through pain. And you know which one I mean, the upside down.
Yeah.
And then 38% says it means sarcasm.
So if you send emoji to somebody, say if you guys have ever any time, I send very little, and somebody responded to you something unusual than you thought, would you respond back like, I don't...
Like, what do you mean? What does this mean?
Like, I don't know. If you send something to somebody and then they send something a total different answer, would you respond like, hey, that's not what I meant?
I don't understand.
You're sending an emoji to somebody,
yeah.
okay, and they're taking it different than what you're taking.
Oh, yeah. Then I'd be like, hey, you must have not understood.
Yeah, that's my point.
I don't
use them enough for it to be an issue.
And I really don't either. And
you said your mom does.
And I think yes, but I think it's because I don't know what they all mean, and so
you don't want to send the wrong thing.
I don't want to send the wrong thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like the nail polish one, where it looks like a girl's just painting her nails. Some people mean self-care. Don't mind me. He is one thing, or it just means nail polish, and some people think it means classy or bougie when you send that. So it's just everybody takes it differently, and that's why it's tough to use emojis because you don't know how people are going to take it.
Most of the time when I see something like that, it's usually with context.
Yes.
Right? So Carl will say, I'm getting my nails done, and maybe she'll have that emoji, right? So, well, duh. No, it's a no-brainer. It's easy. If it's just used to replace words, then yeah, you got to interpret it, and that's where I think you run into a lot of trouble.
What about the one with the face and the shades? The guy has the shades
I think
on.
just cool or
or it's sunny out, or something like that type thing, or just being cool. Yeah.
Yep.
Again, I need context.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I send that a lot. Like the guy with the shades. Like, don't worry about it.
So it's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. See, if that's all you sent me,
yeah,
I would assume that more than likely you're replying to me about something.
Yeah, I wouldn't send it.
You wouldn't just randomly send that to me for no reason at all.
Yeah.
But if you did, then that to me is just your way of saying cool.
Yeah. All right. I just want to make sure
I would get that, and it makes a lot of sense. I don't live in this world where we only communicate with emojis, and I think a lot of people do.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where you need their expertise.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you say to something like, "What do you mean?" I don't know. It depends.
I don't get the one that they say is sleepy.
Yeah. Because it looks like it's a tear or something. I don't get that one either.
That looks like a sad face with a tear.
It does.
Like they're crying. I don't get sleepy out of that.
There's a lot I don't get.
The sleepy one usually has Z's.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of similar to that, but it has Z's.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
No, you're right. That's why I stay away from them as much as I can, except for your basics, because I just don't know.
Like Good Morning Sunshine, I could throw to sun. I know that's good. Like there it is, something like that.
I never saw the massage one. The person getting a massage with rubbing the top of their head
and there's
like
a female
that.
version of it too.
I've never seen that.
Mm-hmm.
877-927-6969. If you have any emojis you send that maybe just got misunderstood, let us know. A lot of them are out there. There are so many out there. We talk about new ones every year, what they mean, or every 6 months, whenever the hell they release them. Everybody knows the eggplant. I guess everybody goes with that one. So just if you got any, let us know. Maybe if you got one from somebody and you're not 100% sure, then you respond. You're like, what the hell did I just respond to? You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Saturday Night Live's last show of the season, I believe, was Saturday night. 49 years they've been doing that. Wow.
So next year is Lorne Michaels' last year?
That's what they're saying. Next year might be.
They said 50.
Yeah, they said next year might be his last year. For 49 years, that's amazing.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, they've been talking about it. So.
Yeah, and who would take over? Speculation about that. But Saturday night was their 49th season. That's amazing. You know what I'm talking about? That's definitely the longest show running, right? No doubt. 49 years? I guess maybe possibly soap operas?
Soap operas would be the only thing that could beat it, right?
I would think.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head.
Then the only other one that comes to mind, and it's not as long, but it's up there, is Simpsons.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Simpsons in the 40s?
Not 40s. That's why. I think maybe 34-ish, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Ballpark. Which is, first, technically a sitcom or animated sitcom.
Yeah, I think they're
that's
35th season.
Unbelievable. For Simpsons? 35? Okay.
And the Tonight Show, would that be considered in your mind or no, because it kept changing hosts? Because from the 60s, actually, before Carson, I think there was some guy, I forget his name.
For all technicalities, it's still the Tonight Show, right?
Right? Yeah. So, throughout the 60s, and that's longer. It's almost 60-something years.
And Saturday Night Live would be the same thing because it's had different cast members.
And that's the thing.
All those years.
Did they possibly, because yes, a lot of these are soaps. Did they maybe have, is it the reason, did SNL ever skip a season?
I don't know.
Consecutive? I'm just curious.
Oh, that's possible.
Because General Hospital, 60 seasons.
Yeah.
Guiding Light, 57 seasons. Days of Our Lives, 57 seasons. As the World Turns, 54 seasons. We're all soaps. Then you have Sesame Street, 53 seasons.
Forgot about Sesame Street.
The Young and the Restless, 50 seasons. SNL at 48 seasons.
There you go.
And this is at the time of the article. I have to look.
But I never heard the Tonight Show.
That's 49, so this is a year old.
I never heard the Tonight Show being mentioned. And I always thought that.
Yeah, those live.
Because obviously Jimmy Kimmel's been on whatever. Jimmy Fallon's 10 years. Part of that. But I'm saying Jimmy Kimmel's like 20 years. And Stephen Colbert, he's not that long. He's maybe 10 years, if that.
Not as them as a host, yeah.
Yeah. But, but the Tonight Show, like I said, goes back to the 16s. I think the guy, I forget the guy's name before Johnny Carson, Jack Parr or something like that.
Yeah, there's a couple of them.
Yeah. That's been, but it's never mentioned. So maybe they don't consider that a show.
Well, so it's tough because they break it down: animated comedy, The Simpsons, children's television, Sesame Street, late night, The Tonight Show.
Oh, they do that?
They break it down. Soap operas you have, which one is so they dramas, Law and Order, 23. So they break it down in this website. But to me, from what it looks like, it's those soap operas.
The longest.
Mm-hmm. If we're just looking at how many seasons, would I say 60 seasons?
60 something for GH.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Tonight Show, a long time, Saturday Night Live. This is 49. So next year is 50. And like you said, Jimmy, there is a rumor that he's going to be hanging it up next year. We'll see what happens. I'm sure.
Well, that's been going around for a little bit because they keep talking about maybe Tina Fey taking over that role, which I think would be perfect if she wanted to do something like that. She had so many years with the show herself, so I wouldn't be a bit surprised if something like that was to happen. That'd be great.
Yeah.
I did see, because every now and then they'll put them up there on, I usually see it on TikTok or Reels. It's a video where Michael Che writes jokes for Colin Jost and then vice versa, right? And they have to read each other's jokes. And of course,
I always love that.
It was they posted it because it was the last show.
Yeah.
So apparently they do that each season as part of the last one. One of the newscasts that they do, and this time they even had it to where Colin had to read jokes that were disparagingly against Jews, and they had a rabbi there, a lady rabbi. It was it was
brutal.
A part of it. And
it is.
If you haven't seen it, that's really funny.
Yeah, and I think the last 2 years, what's the name, had to take shots at his wife, Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah. There was ones with that. There's usually racial ones because of Michael Che and everything. So they have a lot of fun. It's good to see comedy like that is still on television because you keep hearing about the PC world, and it's nice to see that.
Yeah, I read that article, and my buddy was telling me too. I think they do it. This is the third year in a row. He was saying that they take shots, back and forth. But Scarlett Johansson, he said last year he really got her.
Yep.
And this one there was a couple too, which I want to see.
Speaking of ScarJo, isn't she suing like ChatGPT because of there's some chat bot or something in AI that utilizes her voice or sounds like her?
Yeah. So I saw where it sounded like it. People said it sounded just like her, and it did. I heard a piece of it. I don't know if it was meant to be that way, though. I think it was just kind of coincidence, but she's suing on that, huh? I heard that they did stop it.
Okay. Because she was the voice in that one movie that before all this ever happens, that was it her or with Joaquin Phoenix, where he falls in love with his automated
Okay.
Siri.
What was it called?
I think it was called Her.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's it. Yeah.
I remember that. He's got a mustache in that, and he falls in love with her, and the girl's got like a red dress.
All of this came about.
Yeah.
So maybe they did. Maybe they took the voice from the movie. But yeah, she claims it copied her voice for ChatGPT, and I think. But you said they dropped it, so maybe there's no lawsuit now. I don't know.
I didn't read the article on it. I saw a headline. Having read the other article, I was like, oh look, they dropped it already. So there must have been a problem, or somebody said something. So if that's the case, then this makes sense. That if she says that she's going to go after him.
Crazy. One of those situations where I'm sure if they, they'll probably settle out of court like all of them and won't go through it. And if they know they're guilty, they're probably going to want to pay her right away and be like, hey, we're not going to court.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like, where do they come up with that? Who has the copyright? I know that was a big thing with the actor strike that they had last year. Was AI and their likeness. And, was that the intent of AI was to mimic her voice, or was it just a coincidence that it sounded very similar,
Well, I think what they would do, and again, just like when they say people copy each other's songs, they probably have to go in a jury and they would have to decide. You know what I mean? When you hear like, oh, you copied that song for me, and they played a song.
So if that really was her, I mean, and again, I keep saying it, her also, or the movie, right? And that part of it too as well.
Yeah, that would be interesting. That would definitely be a brutal court case. And I think they might settle out, and they might look at it like, hey, we didn't do it, but we don't want to maybe risk going against a big studio and them to have to write a huge check.
Well, if there was no intent, then just get a different voice. You can have, a different sounding voice. You don't have to have that one.
But it's done now.
Unless you want it for the film, and then you just pay her.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
pay her for the rights.
But she's suing for a movie that happened years ago. So, I mean, they can't change anything now. Now it's just really, hey, I look at it now, and you know what? You guys owe me some money.
Well, they can pay for the rights on it, sure.
Yeah. Well, they would have to pay her, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That would be, man. Was that film considered successful? I don't remember.
I never watched it.
I remember it was very weird when it came out. I remember seeing like, what the hell is this? No, it's
it's what our life is now.
Yeah.
That weird coincidence, right?
Yeah. Watch it go, this is never going to happen. Are you crazy? Who's going to do this?
It happened so fast.
Yeah,
it feels like it to be anyway, that the way the AI world has changed so quickly within the last couple of years even. It's mind-boggling that every time we turn around, there's some other advancement towards what it can do. And I'm sure that this stuff doesn't happen overnight, but it sure feels like it's coming out that way.
Yeah, it feels like we blink. Even the words, AI. You know what? It feels like 3 years ago, you never even heard. Now you hear it all over the place.
Like, oh, yeah, they're coming out with some stuff. And they'll make a robot sound like a real human. And, all those years that they had something and it always sounded computerized. And now they've got it to where it sounds so conversational, you can't tell whether you're talking to a real person or a robot.
Well, we're real. We're real every day. That's why we're on Real Radio. Remember.
Are you sure, Greek?
This is no robot. This is Greek. This is Francis and Jimmy.
Want to play a game?
Want to play a game? Greekisms. Come on, listen to those. Come on. You think that's a robot? No way. Can't do that. Franny, we got some Florida stories. What is in the hopper?
We have 2 stolen vehicles, separate stories, and a groping grandma coming your way. And you're What the Florida on Real Radio 92.1.
We'll be your friend. Follow us at Real Radio 92.1 on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah. Can't believe it. Woo!
Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
The $1,000 in your hand on Real Radio is sponsored by Greenway Kia.
Head on over to Greenway West Palm Beach Kia right now for the largest selection of new fuel-efficient 2024 Kias. They're overstocked and highly motivated to make you an incredible deal, because we want to see you in a West Palm Beach Kia.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Travel times on 95 and the Turnpike, both up to speed. We are looking good on our Palm Beach expressways. Downtown West Palm, Banyan Boulevard closed between Dixie and Olive. Use Clematis Street instead. And make sure you slow down for pedestrians on the commute. you. That's traffic on Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. Or this one. I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better, unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Here's a surprising fact. More than half of men over 40 experience some degree of erectile dysfunction. Yes, it's more common than you may think. ED can be a sign of a more serious health condition, such as diabetes or heart disease. So if your partner is distant or having trouble in the bedroom, encourage him to speak to his doctor about it. Understand it's not your fault. Learn more about ED, its causes and treatment options by visiting edcure.org or call 561-944-8977. There, you can find a board-certified urologist in West Palm who specializes in treating erectile dysfunction beyond medication and access an ED assessment. If your partner has tried pills or injections and hasn't gotten results, it's time to learn about a permanent solution that's proven to be safe, reliable, effective, and satisfying. Visit edcure.org. That's edcure.org or call 561-944-8977. Sponsored by Boston Scientific.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carlwell. We do have temperatures this afternoon topping out in the low 90s, upper 80s for some of us. We do have a front draped across the area, making those actual temperatures feel like closer to what they actually are, taking some humidity out of the air. Rest of the week, rain chances remain low as a result.
This report is sponsored by USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Every business faces challenges, but shipping shouldn't be one of them. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeart radio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword money at realradio921.com. That's money. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning in to Real Radio. Always appreciate you guys. Dave Matthews tickets today and tomorrow for you guys to show you our appreciation. And Panthers tomorrow night taking on the Rangers in Game 1 Eastern Conference hockey, baby. Let's get that cup to South Florida. First time ever. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey.
And it is time for some Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
27-year-old Melina Logan went to the Honda dealership to go test drive some vehicles. Well, she did, and decided that she was going to just keep on going. And of course, there was a pursuit between Miami-Dade police and FHP. They show in this dash camera video, Logan is just driving recklessly, making aggressive lane changes. She's even speeding down the shoulder to pass other vehicles, going 90 miles per hour. Eventually, she gets stuck in standstill traffic. That's when she decides, I'm just going to play bumper cars. She crashed into several vehicles before the vehicle eventually becomes disabled, the one she's in, and pins against a concrete ramp. So she's like, all right, I'm going to crawl out of the car and hop onto the ledge of this concrete ledge, the ramp, and then she jumped into the water below. Well, looking like she needed some help, the cops threw over a rope to help pull her out of the water. She refused to grab onto the rope, which led several officers to then jump into the lake to remove her forcefully. They said she did not want to leave. She was kicking and screaming and scratching. She said that she scratched a Miami-Dade officer and pushed another officer underwater this whole time. Eventually, she was removed from the lake and booked into the county jail, facing a bunch of charges. They said that one of the drivers had to be hospitalized after they were hit by Logan at the end of the chase. As I mentioned, she hit a bunch of vehicles. So, wow, what a day. Makes you wonder what was going on in her head. Then,
not a good day, obviously.
No. Then next up in your What the Florida, we have another chase with a vehicle, but this one was a school bus. So, according to reports, the Florida Highway Patrol arrested a man in Sarasota after stealing a school bus and driving to Miami. So, Daniel Saez of Land O'Lakes was arrested and charged with grand theft auto. They said that Sunday morning, they stopped him while he was driving this stolen Hillsborough County School District bus. He stated, I'm just high and drunk. And yes, I did steal it, but that's why, because I was high and drunk. But I was bringing it back to where I got it from when he got pulled over. So he was like, I was just borrowing it. The troopers who stopped him were like, yeah, this is not good enough. So you will get arrested. And that is exactly what happened. The next up in your What the Florida, there is a wanted man in a Florida shooting, and he was found on Friday, folded not so neatly inside of a dryer. The Escambia County Sheriff's Office said David Jackson, who was a suspect.
They got sheets for that.
Yes.
You're not so wrinkly.
Yes. Who was a suspect in a shooting. Deputies received a tip, and this was back in March, received a tip that he was in a home and at a buddy's house. So law enforcement searched the home, and they found him inside of the dryer. After an extensive search.
Why you open a door?
They'll never look for me
Yeah,
here.
they did a pretty well.
That's
they
right.
They did a pretty extensive search until deputies proceeded to the laundry room while they finally discovered him folded, like I said, not so neatly inside a remarkably small dryer drum. And it is. There is pictures of him. The look on his face, a combination of guilt, embarrassment, and just, I'm busted. Yeah, so deputies pulled him out of the dryer one limb at a time and took him into custody. Yeah, I got to send you that picture. I mean, I don't even know. I don't even think I could get in there. It is very small. Wow. And by the way, a very messy laundry room, whoever owns that house. And then next up.
Just thought I'd throw it out there.
Next up in your What the Florida, yes, there is a grandma. And she went to Disney World with her family. Orange County Sheriff's Office confirmed an incident that happened earlier this year. 32-year-old male castmate who was playing Goofy was taking pictures with a family of 4, and 3 of them went to one of his side. And Grandma was like, I want to be by myself. Let me get this side of Goofy. And she was on the left side. So he says that, yeah, she put her arm around him, and then slowly her hand started moving south to his butt.
South means to the butt.
South means to the butt. And then squeeze his butt, not once, not twice, but 3 times, even claiming that during the squeeze, she said, woohoo! And that's a quote. That's good. She did. She woohooed it. The cast member was not cool about this, reported the woman. The grandmother was approached by park officials, and she was like, what? I guess he doesn't want us here. Looking at family going, Goofy wants us to leave. The father looks at her and goes, what did you do? Because they didn't see it. They were on the other side. They said it's unclear whether or not they were asked to leave, and no one has been arrested yet. But the victim did tell police that, in fact, he does want to press charges. So we shall see. And that is your What the Florida.
Great job, Francis. We do it twice a show. This is starting to happen a little bit more than I think is normal, but it just keeps happening. And I don't know how I would handle this. There's another woman, a 72-year-old woman in Atlantic City who hit a jackpot for $1.2 million. We heard about this in Mississippi a couple of times. This is at Bally's. Now Bally's is saying there's a glitch in the machine and they won't pay her, and they offered her a steak dinner.
I don't understand this.
I would just be like,
there's a glitch in the machine? Is that just your excuse because you don't want to pay out money? Like, how do you know there's a glitch in the machine?
They offered her a steak dinner, Jenny.
That is not enough.
That is a pretty close second, right?
Yeah. But the article's in the New York Post, and I saw it over the weekend. And I don't know how the hell you handle this. Like, you get a lawyer, obviously, and you're going to sue them, but you got to be elated. I won, and all of a sudden, there's a glitch in the machine. How can't they do that every time?
I don't get it.
I mean, there were stories we saw in Mississippi where this is happening. And again, sometimes when, stories get into the, the media and finds out, because it makes Bally's obviously look bad. She did say she lost a few $1,000s on this machine before she hit. So she's like, I was gambling and took all my money.
But now there's a glitch?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm pissed.
Furious. I mean, $1.28 million jackpot she won on a Wheel of Fortune slot machine at Bally's Casino. They are not paying her. And now she has to get an attorney and go to court. And they are saying there was a glitch, but they did offer a steak dinner, no potatoes, just a steak dinner. I mean, how the hell do you even handle this? Like, you got to be like, you got to.
I guess just the way she did. You get a lawyer and you try to get the gaming commission to subpoena whatever records are needed for that machine. There's obviously video surveillance that your lawyer would have to subpoena so that they can see what they were doing to the machine once it was, because at some point, I mean, what was the transaction between her winning, right? And then typically if you get if you hit like that on a slot machine, what happens? I mean, it doesn't give you the money, obviously. No. So it gives you some sort of a
well, you would see right across
ticket or
like
something,
a voucher.
A voucher. Or something?
I don't know if it even gives you a voucher. I've never been at the level, but I know you would see the machine. Like say it's 8 stars, you would see that. I guess you take a picture. The bells are going off, and it probably. I think it says call attendant.
Right.
For that much money, because I know for a few hundred here or there, they print a voucher for you.
Yeah, but for $1 million, I had a buddy of mine who won big one time. Like I don't know what he won, 200,000 or 300,000, and it's just lit up. Call attendant. Call attendant. Call attendant.
Right.
But it showed payout. I think it was 238,000. But this, you think you win, you got to be so excited. Then they come over. Imagine a guy who had a teller.
And then the attendant comes up and goes, "Oh no, there's a glitch."
Yeah.
All right, now this is like where does
And it happened in Mississippi a couple times, but this is Bally's, huge casino chain.
Wasn't there something about that story though? The one that we heard before, where it's like, well, yeah, we understand why. I mean, there was a glaring reason why it was a glitch, if I remember right on that one.
Yeah, I don't remember why, but this one just happened a little while ago in Bally's, and it's a big story. Everybody's talking about it. Obviously, it hurts the casino, I think. And when you hear something like that, glitch, I mean, unless they start putting signs up, glitches may appear, and if they do, you don't win.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who's going to play?
That's my point.
Let me waste my money away.
Yeah. She did say she lost a couple $1,000s. No glitches
well,
there.
And that's on her. And I don't think anybody's going to defend that. That is what she chose to do. But if they can just walk in at any time that somebody wins and go, well, it's a glitch. I mean, I guess who's to prove otherwise, right?
It's a mess. It really is. I'm sure you would have to take pictures, on your phone of the casino, the machine, or whatever. And how do you even leave?
I don't know. How do you defend against that other than getting the gaming commission involved? Right?
Yeah, you would have to. But I mean, do you leave your seat?
So she claims her name is Roni Beal.
Yeah.
This happened back in February. Wheel of Fortune slot machine, which is typically the go-to one for me. But yeah, she says it went off. It says you're a winner, and gold coins popped out. She claims. She said this very nice guy was like, "Oh my God, you hit! He said, "Lady, you're a millionaire." But after using a button to call for help, a tilt message appeared suggesting that the machine had experienced an issue. So she said an employee of the casino quickly appeared on the scene and told her that she had won nothing as the machine had suffered a malfunction known as a real tilt, which she said she was told voided the win. So, yeah, that sucks. Never heard of that before. Real tilt.
That's crazy. I mean, that happens. I mean, it's going to go to court, obviously. Who knows?
Well, then I would assume that there's probably surveillance.
Yeah.
That could show what she saw.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would think so. You had to take a picture. But yeah, there's cameras every single where. They follow you everywhere.
Right.
So, I mean, like you said. But, I mean, I don't know if I would want to leave the seat. I'd be like, once I leave, then the machine starts going, and then there's no proof. Like, where's my proof? And I don't know, I'm not familiar, and maybe there is, if there's somebody on every casino that has somebody from the Gambling Commission 24/7. Maybe they do.
Yeah.
I don't know. You would think. You know what I mean?
How do you, is there some sort of hotline that she has to call or a lawyer has to?
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. But you want to talk about being angry in your life? Like, oh my God, 1.28 million? That's a glitch. Here's a steak dinner. Here's a coupon.
Yeah, no, but she did the right thing and lawyered up.
Oh, I hope she wins.
Yeah.
I definitely hope she wins. I can't see the casino not doing it. And what's 1.28 million to Bally's Casino?
But you go after them, and also what I'm looking at, the person or the company that makes the machines.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can sue them too. Another baseball player is being investigated for betting, and this thing is not going away, sports betting. And the only issue with this is that the guy that Ohtani's interpreter bet with, this is the same guy again. So he's involved. This guy looks like maybe, from where this is going, is this guy was might have been in bed with a couple other baseball players who were betting. So this is breaking last night early, and more stories today. where people are coming out and saying this. The Major League Baseball is investigating a Braves player for betting with the bookie from Ohtani. This guy must have had everybody that was betting with him. And pretty crazy that this is going out. Again, will it hurt sports? Probably not. People will think about it, hear it, but they're just going to let it go because people are starting to just get immune to this. But another baseball player accused of betting with the same bookie. This bookie, Jimmy, don't you think he's got to go to jail for a while?
Well, you got to wonder, is that how this is coming out?
I don't know.
Is it, yeah, because obviously that dude had to be under investigation as it was through the interpreter and Ohtani's interpreter and that whole deal. I don't want to say scandal, but, thing that was going on. So you would imagine he was being investigated anyway. So maybe it's finding out through that investigation that there are other players involved, or am I... No, are they completely separate things, right?
I think they're going to look into that. Obviously, is there other players? How big is this? Is this guy got a ring of ball players that they go to him? I mean, that's one common denominator that Ohtani's translator is betting with this guy, and now this player is. Yeah. I mean, it's not great. I mean, it really isn't. I mean, they're going to look in. This guy's going to do some serious time, and probably get suspended, or might be thrown out of baseball.
Yeah, he'll be the fall guy.
Yeah, just like the NBA player this year, he was thrown out of baseball. Football. Excuse me, the NBA. Yeah, he was throwing out basketball.
I'm sorry, did you say who the other player was?
Fletcher.
Fletcher? Okay.
Yep. It was reported last night on ESPN late, and then I'm seeing it all over articles today.
I know something in one of our other news sources that I saw the headline for it. I hadn't gotten to read it yet, so this must be it, man.
Not good for baseball. I mean, they'll fluff it away, but there could be more and more people. For any people always ask me this question, I have no clue what it is. TikTok stars, what are they really making these videos?
Yeah, so
there's a lot of speculation.
There's a lot of influencers out there, and some have made millions on TikTok. And Daily Mail decided to crunch the numbers to find out the top 10 creators on the platform and how much they made on each video. So top in the list is, I think I'm saying this, I do not follow these people, but Cabby Lame. I don't know. Do you know who Cabby Lame is?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, they said his topping list is somebody you may never heard before, but who has 162 million followers and makes up to $750,000 per video.
Wow.
Per video.
She doesn't sound too lame to me.
Is it a girl or a guy? Cabby Lane.
Wow.
Yes. I don't know who this person is. I got to look it up. It's Khaby Lame. And then Charlie D'Amelio has been around for a while, 154 million followers, followed by Mr. Beast in third, which we've heard of, 94.6 million followers. So, yeah, they went and looked at it. So the number on TikTok, they said number one TikToker is Cabby, and I got to look and see what they does. But they say an Italian creator was born in Senegal, joined TikTok in 2020 after getting laid off from his factory job during the pandemic. They said Lame is known for videos that mock life hack videos made by others by simplifying their complicated steps, and his signature move is never saying a word in his clips.
Yep. I now that I see a picture of him, I know who it is.
Really?
I've seen his videos on TikTok all the time.
Yeah.
He's very funny. He's
Is
it's like having a comedian. I mean, he does it. He does
like a mime. He doesn't say anything.
Right.
All right. He makes, like I said, $750,000 per video. Has a net worth of $15 million and 162 million followers. As I mentioned, he joined TikTok in 2020 after getting laid off his factory job during the pandemic. And now this is how much he's making. He worked a factory. Imagine he's probably making pennies there. And this is what
minimum
he's
wage,
doing.
Probably, yeah. And now he's doing this. God bless him.
Yep. So it's absolutely insane. Mr. Beast, Bella Porch, number 4. Addison Rae, I've heard of. Zach King at 82 million. He's number 6. He makes $44,225 per post. Another girl named Kimberly Loaiza, I believe. She makes $47,374 per post. Excuse me. Yeah, it's absolutely insane the amount of money these people make per post.
I don't even understand it. Like you said, this guy worked in a factory. Next thing you know, it was like that guy who was on that video with the Fleetwood Mac thing.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden...
He kind of went away, but he got enough to get a house and all this stuff. I mean...
he went, remember that video? And he was drinking?
And he got more fame with it. And other sponsors jumped on board, too. This...
skateboard?
Cabby? Is that how you say that?
Cabby Lane or Lemmy. Yes.
Cabby Lane. Well, I'm seeing some through his Instagram. I'm just looking at that real quick. And, I mean, he's got videos where he's done with Shaq.
Wow.
Eddie Murphy, Will Smith, there's one.
Mm-hmm.
He's got some other people that I recognize. Here we go. CJ Stroud. who's this guy?
So this guy.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of there's Tom Cruise.
Wow.
He's got a bunch of videos and stuff that he's done. Some different celebrities here.
It's pretty big time.
So he's obviously he knows the comedy world.
Yeah.
He's got the dude with State Farm, Jake from State Farm, who plays that actor that plays him. So obviously he's got a lot more to it than just being a typical creator on social media.
Well, I mean, once you gain such a huge following like that, then
good.
some celebrities do want to jump on your social too.
Because it could help
Give
them
you
too.
another audience.
Yeah, exactly right, Francis. Give you another audience, another demographic that maybe you don't go into.
Yeah, Trevor Noah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying it's big. You look at another audience. It's like, music. When people, all of a sudden will be in a country stage and maybe they do, top 40 hits. All of a sudden there's a lot of people that hear you and see and they become fans. So you can play off each other and both benefit. So sounds like something that is pretty profitable for not a ton of people, though. I think that's what people think. They run with it and they're like, okay, I could be an influencer and I could do a lot of different things. And that's not the case. It just isn't. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Don't forget this weekend, set up your agenda. Make sure you get over to Monroe's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Beautiful ladies in the featured tournament. $5,000 on the line. $5,000 on the line. And one lady's going to walk away with that. But these are unbelievable performances by these ladies in all aspects that you could think of. They do it all. And $5,000 on the line. 6 ladies flying all over the place to be in Palm Beach at Monroe's. It's the 11th annual featured tournament event. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Tuesday. We will come back with a trifecta. And is Graceland for sale? Oh, my God. Elvis has got to be all shook up. We'll be back.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
In this world that we live in, it is so much easier to be beautiful. If you are somebody perceived as sexy, hot, attractive, life is 10 times easier.
I don't even know what hardship is like.
Get out of here.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Travel times, the 95 and the Turnpike, both up to speed. We are looking good on our Palm Beach expressways. Downtown West Palm, Banyan Boulevard closed between Dixie and Olive. Use Clematis Street instead. And make sure you slow down for pedestrians on the commute. That's traffic on Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Florida Power and Light.
FPL is looking at other ways to produce energy that down the line will reduce my bill.
My name is Amy. I've been with FPL over 6 years. There are so many initiatives to continue to deliver clean, reliable, and safe energy to our customers.
Learn more at FPL.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people. Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better immediately at Sam's guaranteed best price. Navage. Navage. Breathe easy.
Injured on the job? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Glenn Levine, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with 500 megabits per second internet and security for $70 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 500 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gigs to 100 megabits per second 5G internet of Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Up to 3 times downloads for existing essential and standard customers.
News Junkie is sponsored by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey, it's the Greek. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach 11th Annual Feature Tournament, May 23rd through the 26th. 4 days of stunning shows with 6 of the industry's most talented performers competing for 5,000 cash prizes. This is a great event every year, and I've been in the house. You're not going to want to miss these girls. They have talent. It's Monroe's 11th Annual Feature Tournament, May 23rd through the 26th, and $5,000 cash on the line. Monroe's open till 5 a.m., 7 days a week. Peace.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-822-1716. 800-822-1716.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. Copyright 2024.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carlwell. We do have temperatures this afternoon topping out in the low 90s, upper 80s for some of us. We do have a front draped across the area, making those actual temperatures feel like closer to what they actually are, taking some humidity out of the air. Rest of the week, rain chances remain low as a result.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to save big this Memorial Day at Lowe's. Buy one, get one 50% off select interior and exterior paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 5/29.
16th Minute of Fame is the new weekly podcast hosted by me, Jamie Loftus. And every week, we take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Bean Dad, The Dress, 30 to 50 feral hogs. If you knew what any of those were, you spend too much time online. And I do too. Who are they? What made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? And what does a person do when they get more attention than the human psyche can handle? Listen to 16th Minute of Fame on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 16th Minute of Fame.
Drake's Trifecta is sponsored by the physicians at MMJ Health.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning in. We will get into a trifecta, and I might have just found the gold mine where I'll never have to pay for dinner again. What? Jimmy's in the house. Hello and good afternoon. Francis is here.
Hey, hey.
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
Caitlin Clark played another game last evening. She lost. They're 0-4, but she has a good attitude. She dropped in 17-22 on Saturday. Will the hype and the excitement stay with Caitlin Clark and the fever? I'm not sure. We're going to see. I feel like it's dropping a little by little each week. But we'll see what happens with her, and hopefully she has more success. She, in the win column, she is saying that, you know what, it's a long season. I'm learning. I'm a rookie. And we'll see what happens. They did play against two tough teams. So hopefully they can turn around. In the NBA, on the other side, you got your Final Four. You got the Boston Celtics, heavy favorites over the Pacers, and Minnesota and Dallas. And Minnesota is favorite over Dallas. Tonight, the Pacers and Celtics. Tomorrow night, Minnesota. And that's the way the NBA will break down. This is the Final Four. Tom Brady and Jay-Z met with 5 draft picks from the NFL. Tom Brady says one thing he sees is that these kids are more worried about social media and their brand. You got to learn your craft and win. Learn your craft and win is what Brady is saying. And then you can work on your social media and everything else. But that's the most important thing. If you're not a winner or if you're not good at your craft, nobody wants to follow you. Nobody wants to be around you. So that's what he's trying to explain to these kids. Obviously, he's one of the guys that's had an unbelievable career and much success. He'll be on Fox this season. First game will be Browns in Dallas, $35 million a year. Mingata. That is not bad for Mr. Brady. And the Panthers tomorrow night, Stanley Cup. We're getting closer. It's the Eastern Conference Finals as they take on the Rangers. The Panthers will be playing the Rangers at Madison Square Garden tomorrow night, and you can hear the whole series on Real Radio 92.1. That is your trifecta, always sponsored by Pep Capital. Peace.
Now, I love how he takes this as he just shows up, shows his face, and he's going to get a free meal. I love that's not how it works.
Oh, really? Does it?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Does it?
He's like, this is so exciting.
I love it. Free steak.
Because it's something I said, and I was like, you'll soon be able to pay for food with your face. And I don't mean like, oh, it's Greek. Look at that face. Give him a free meal. No. So this is a facial.
What's wrong with them? Why not? Why can't I get a free meal on my face?
So, people may soon simply be able to look at a restaurant checkout screen to pay. There is a biometric technology, and we know that it's become increasingly widespread, and there's one facial ID payment company called Pop ID, and they say that they've been inking a bunch of deals across the U.S. to introduce this state-of-the-art technology.
What was the name of that company again?
Pop ID.
Okay.
So they said...
All I heard was the D.
Pop ID. So users simply take a selfie to register to the website. And then as they look at the camera to verify their identity and transaction. So they said so far, it looks like Steak and Shake, fast food restaurant Steak and Shake, has installed these at like 300 Midwest stores, nowhere here. Customers only need to take an estimated 2 or 3 seconds to check in through Pop ID. Then the tech serves as a quicker alternative to opening up the restaurant's app or scanning a QR code. So basically, you're like, doop, just paying with your face. So you hook it up to whatever accounts you have. This is something, and they've been experimenting with this technology. MasterCard has teamed up with Pop ID already in Brazil for the past 2 years, and they said it's been quite successful those past 2 years utilizing that.
Is it retina? Is it a retina scan?
It's a facial recognition.
Okay,
is what it sounds like.
Like what you do with your iPhone sometimes. When you take a picture of your face and then it recognizes you.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Facial recognition. Yep. It says it uses robots to flip burgers. Well, I'm just kidding. It doesn't. But it says it also implemented what it does. It's just a face ID payment mode.
This is crazy where we're going to. Yeah, I think the wallet might go away. You might not even see anybody have wallets.
Yeah. I mean, right now, you can put all your cards in your phone, stuff like that.
I just don't feel safe with all that. I just don't. I don't know. How about you, Jim, on that?
To me, it's as easy to steal somebody's wallet as it is somebody's phone. So either way, those are accessible. At least with the phone, if you have any kind of password or facial recognition like you do, that's more difficult than to snatch somebody's wallet and just start racking up stuff.
I don't know. I just feel like the phone, it's out there and other people can steal it. And you hear so many things about these scams and people hyping in. And I don't know, man, that is crazy. So basically it is. I was right. I could just show up and get a free meal.
The thing with that, though,
No,
is
you're paying for it. Oh, my God.
you can take a picture of anybody and show a picture of anybody to a machine. I mean, I obviously there has to be some sort of
register your
form.
face
Okay.
with Pop ID. You have to go in and you have to register that.
And the picture's on your phone then?
You
like
probably...
it's a certified one
So when
or something?
yes. And
right.
so they have it in their system.
Right, okay.
So when you go to a restaurant or wherever it is, maybe a Whole Foods, whatever it is that you're checking out, because they said that they even struck up a major deal with JP Morgan for both face and palm readers. And we've heard the thing at Whole Foods, right, where you just kind of wave your hand and you can pay these days. They started that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, they said what they call biometric payments. And so whatever system this is in, it stores your face in there, and so it's facial recognition. I'm sure there's more tech to it than I know of. I'm sure you can't just present a picture of somebody's face and be like...
Well, that's why the whole picture part, I was like, well, just a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, but there's got to be some sort of a certification type of a process, and that's why we often hear of, and it's been in the movies forever.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the retina, is very unique. A fingerprint is very unique. The palm print is very unique. Some way that they can certify that you're the only user, and I see, and that's where I see like the safety side of it, right? And because people are skeptical,
Mm-hmm.
and
I get it.
And I get it. You've always liked it with the cash. I saw another article today that it looks like we're going further and further to a cashless society, and I think it was actually asking a survey of how many people thought that we would be to a cashless society within the next certain amount of years. I don't remember exactly what it was. And about half the country feels they could see us being at a cashless society within a certain time frame, whether it's 20 years or something like that.
I mean,
I can see it, but I still think that there's applications. There's still, to me, too many applications that cash is needed.
I agree, and I hope so, because I would not be happy with that, but that's life. But even when you're out now, like if you need, example, somebody got changed for 20, there'll be like 5, no, I don't have money on it. I don't have cash. I don't have cash. And it's just crazy.
That's why, I think it's I'm with you. I think there's going to be a point where it is. So I went on Pop ID's website to get a better picture of what it is instead of the New York Post article. So it said how it works. So your picture, which you take, it's a little selfie, and you sign up. Your picture is translated into a secure digital key and stored into the Pop ID cloud.
There you go.
They said you can even save payment information right there, too.
Right.
So you choose to be recognized at any Pop ID-enabled business. They say press the on-screen button or tell the cashier. They said, we never will identify you without your permission. So you have to get permission or have it enabled by the business wherever you're at, saying, okay, I want to utilize my Pop ID, Face ID. Then they say, let their face verification confirm that it's you. The Pop ID cloud matches the encrypted image to your key and lets the business know who you are. And then what they claim, it'll be no more ID cards, passwords, loyalty numbers to worry about. You just pay with your face.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Yeah, it's just a form of payment.
Mm-hmm.
It's another form of payment.
Yep.
Just like taking a credit card now.
Mm-hmm.
Ding it, but just the old tap pay, right? It's scanning a chip there. It's sort of doing the same type of thing.
Yep.
This has all been certified beforehand, so it makes sense. If it's more secure, I'm all for it.
It just seems so like even when you tap your credit card sometimes, new ones you have, and they don't even
makes you wonder, right?
Yeah,
but these days I prefer that tap, especially at the pumps too. I know you're going to go in and pay cash or whatever it is, because to me I haven't heard of any kind of scammers or skimmers, that can utilize that tap pay. Normally, it's the ones that when you have to insert the card.
Right.
And
Okay.
it's outside.
I see
Yeah,
your
yeah,
point.
yeah. That I agree. I've never bought gas on a credit card in my life. I just don't. I just go and pay cash all the time. But again, it's just things like you said, technology, things are changing, everything.
Some for the good, some for the not so good. I mean, we've seen both, right? I mean, I'm all for security if it'll help that way, and to keep from people getting ripped off.
Even the casino business, I talked to a buddy of mine who, like a lot of people who go to a casino not planning. So you're driving by. He said they're looking into like lowering the rates on ATMs enough for that reason. Because people, say you drove by, you don't have money on you. You go to ATM, you get hammered. So he said it's something they're talking about. And we just talked about it the other day, him and I. We were discussing over coffee. He's like, yeah, it's something we're knowledgeable about. Where less and less people carry any money on them. And the thing with ATMs, if you go to ATM, I've said this for years, but people don't do it. Take out your max if you're at any kind of sports entertainment, adult place, because you're basically going to hit it again and you're going to get hit again. So if it's $10 or $20, take out the max. And then if you don't use it, go back to the bank next day and put it in. But don't give up $40 or $60 because that's what a lot of people do. I've seen it with my friends at the tracks for years. They'll go 4 times to the ATM. I'll take out 40. Take out, just take out the max. And if you don't use it, then you go back the next day and deposit it, obviously, and you're saving money. But he said that's something that they've noticed more and more where people, not if you're planning to go to the casino, you're driving by. You're like, hey, you know what? Let me pull in a Hard Rock. Let me go, I don't have any money on me. Oh, I got to go, to the ATM. I guess they could solve that simply because they want to get the fees where they could have banks, ATMs there so you don't get charged. If there's a Wells Fargo, you use that. But we were talking about the other day, and I'm like, man, you guys are on every single thing. He said, well, society's changing. There's not as much cash. But it's just one of those things. Like you said, you're going to be able to show your face maybe and pay for a bill. I mean, to me, that's just crazy. But it could happen. I mean, it does. And then you also got to worry about, like, it'll be linked up to your card and have the balance, and what you can and can't do. And it's, you don't have anything with you anymore. You just don't, which is crazy. Graceland is in some problems. Elvis Presley's granddaughter got it, and they're having some problems right now financially, and she's trying to stop a foreclosure. I guess there was a lot of loans against it, and whatever is going on, somebody's not making payments, and it's trying to go to foreclosure right now, and that would be tremendously embarrassing if something like that happened. I'm sure they're going to try to stop it, but it does look like people are trying.
And as of Thursday, that's when it's going to be sold off.
Yeah.
So she got to work quick.
Yeah.
They want to do this. Yeah, his granddaughter, Danielle Riley, is planning on fighting the sale with a lawsuit, claiming that it's fraudulent. But yeah, she, citing an attorney for Presley's heir, they said reported that a temporary restraining order on the sale was granted on Monday. And they said the notice, which was published this month, states that Graceland and the surrounding acreage on Elvis Presley Boulevard will be auctioned off for cash to the highest bidder. Yep. The auction will occur on the steps of the Shelby County Courthouse Thursday in Memphis, Tennessee, per the notice.
Now, I don't think Priscilla has much to say with this anymore. I know she had a lot to say with it for years, and this is from Lisa Marie, who passed away. It's her child, and they're in a very big situation. Because some gazillionaire will just come up and write something right there. And just like, okay, I got it. Maybe Elon Musk. Who the hell knows? But yeah, this is a crazy situation. Still one, I think, in the top 10 visited places in America as far as, sites that people stop at, whether it's Statue of Liberty, Mount Rushmore. It's there. Wynn Casino, kidding with the Wynn. But yeah, this is a bad situation for them. And I don't know how the hell they got involved with this or got to this level. But for whatever reason, they are definitely in some problems. I think they'll stop it and try to figure out something to do to, make them be able to come up with the money. Because that would be so bad.
Well, according to them, and that's the thing, they're saying that all these signatures are fraudulent, and it's Lisa Marie Presley, who obviously we don't have her any longer to talk about this to say if it's true or not, but her daughter and Priscilla are saying that it's fraudulent. This is not her signature, but we also know that she did have some financial problems too.
Yep.
So the claims is that she signed a deed of trust
to borrow money.
home, yes, for a $3.8 million loan.
That's crazy.
Which she used Graceland as collateral.
Right, and this is basically they're foreclosing on that
Yeah,
loan,
because
right?
because she used Graceland as collateral, and they're claiming that that she borrowed that money. They don't obviously get it, so the collateral now is going to go in foreclosure so they can make their money back. But
I'm surprised Graceland doesn't have this money behind it, like $3.8 million. You know what I mean? Because then you would just go to there and say, all right, we got to take it out of this to pay the loan.
But Lisa Marie's daughter claiming her mother never borrowed the money from the company and that these documents are fraudulent. So
that would suck if they lost that. I mean, it's been in their family for years and years and years since the 50s, and they've done very well. Priscilla was the one who turned it into a museum, and that made them so much money. That's what I don't understand. Like, they got to have all this money, and it's got to be there to pay this bill. How the hell does it even get to this? I mean,
we'll see. I mean, they may have a fight. They're claiming that the company, the investment company, Nosani Investments and Private Lending, isn't even a legitimate company, according to the publication. The notary denies notarizing Lisa Marie's signature or even meeting her. So, kind of sounds like they have a case. I don't know.
I hope so. I hope the truth comes out.
Sounds very weird.
Sounds very spectacle.
Spectacle, huh?
Whatever. Rudy Giuliani, if you're a fan of his, now he's selling coffee, 2 pounds for $29.99, and Rudy's face is on it. My buddy said this to me yesterday. I was cracking up.
I hope it's that one where his eyes are really open wide.
I don't know if I want Rudy's face anywhere in my house, to be honest with you.
Me either. Rudy Giuliani coffee, 2 pounds for $29.99. Sounds like a lot too. Is that a lot for coffee? $30 for 2 pounds? The Rudy coffee is out there now. No,
some of those higher end ones. Yeah.
He's got a lot
of Black Rifle, which is supposed to be a very good coffee.
Okay,
it's another one. I think that's probably up there around $15 a pound.
He's got a lot of problems right now financially, so he's on this thing.
So now he's hawking coffee.
Kidding?
What'd you say? Are you kidding me?
I said no kidding.
Yeah. He's got a lot of problems. Rudy. Every time you pour it, supposedly that's what it says when you have the coffee. Rudy Giuliani, $29.
I wonder how well this is going to sell.
I don't think so. I don't know. I can't see it selling well, but maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, it's $29.99.
It might.
Yeah, you never know.
It might.
Right.
He still
maybe
has
it's a novelty though.
Yeah,
right.
He has some fans out there still. I'm sure. Talk about a guy that fell from grace.
Yes, I was just going to say that. I mean,
America's mayor.
He was
to what it all turned out to be. Whether you like him or not.
No.
I mean, unfortunately, there's just too many things that went not his way. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, it went south for him. Yeah. So now he's making coffee, $29.99. So if you see Rudy, you say, how about a cup?
He said, so you can make a difference and taste the difference.
Oh, wow.
There's a slogan for you.
Yeah, Freddie, they should get you for the ads. Come on. Make a difference.
Freddie.
I'm not going to tie my name to that. I'll pass.
Hey, it's great.
You do it, of course.
Wow.
You'll do anything. You're a whore for advertisement. You do whatever.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you got to. Sometimes you got to.
Rudy. I still think when you open it up, if it says that might add. That might be the $29.99.
Yeah, I don't think the makers of the movie would appreciate that.
I don't either.
Are they really copying it from him? When I saw that, I'm like, my God, now he's doing coffee? What the hell else is he doing? I did meet him one time at a cigar bar, and he came with so many security that he had. I guess... he was doing some kind of a speech, and he stopped at Prime Cigar years ago in Boca, and he pulled up for a cigar with 14 guys that seemed like in suits, and he shook everybody's hand and said, how am I doing? And how you doing? What are you doing? That's the whole thing. But Rudy's selling coffee right now, so if you want to get involved with his coffee, you got a possibility of doing it for $29.99. Still can't believe the prices of some of the coffee that's out there. Jimmy, what'd you just say the big one was that you said was a good brand?
I've heard of another one that is kind of popular. They also have a tie to the military, I believe, in police and fire. Which is Black Rifle.
Okay,
if I'm not mistaken, I've heard them advertised, and I think I looked
I've never heard of it.
No, and I looked into them one time, and it was kind of pricey, a little bit on the pricier side. But it's one of those. It goes to veterans a little bit,
which is
so
great.
I was like, you know what, and I think I got some, and it was good. I mean, it wasn't anything extraordinary, but then again, I have the palate of a child, as I've said many times. So to me, it's hard to tell a lot of differences with things like that, but that's just because I don't have the particular taste buds for it. But if it helps a charity, sometimes I'll just do it for that, as well. But it's another one that was out there.
Scotty Shepard last week had the whole incident with his golf situation. That is being postponed to June now.
June 3rd, I believe I read, right?
Yep. So there is more stories coming out about the police officer and this whole situation. I don't know how that's going to end. But it did get postponed till June 3rd.
His arraignment date.
Yeah, his arraignment. It was
really?
to be. It was supposed to be.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was supposed to be today.
Mm-hmm. And now it's June 3rd.
Now it's June 3rd. So we're going to see what happens with that. They are saying there are more details coming out. The police officer said he was injured. He was hurt, fell down, the whole situation. But I guess they're going full boat on it, where most people thought that it was just going to go by the wayside, and you know what? We're going to just let him go. But it's not. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning in. Jimmy's in the house. Thank you so much, Jimmy, for a great job.
Thanks, Creek. Thanks, Francis. And thank you for listening.
Franny, great job as always. Thank you so much for your help with the text line and the Florida stories and doing everything you do. Thank you for coming to work today.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And thank you, Greek. Thank you, Jimmy, for coming to work, too. And making it a Penthouse. And, of course, thank you for participating. And make sure you're tuned in because in about 10 minutes you have another keyword. They're not going to last forever. So make sure you jump on it. We call it Grand in your hand. Rover's going to give you a keyword. You enter that keyword at realradio921.com. And you could possibly have $1,000. G-Man, do you have any parting words?
It's a hot Tuesday, so just be careful out there. The Greek Zone is next with special teams, special plays, and special players we'll talk about, and who's covering and how you're going to pay your bills. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
It's Rover from Rover's Morning Glory. Wake up with me each morning. Just tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1. Hello. On iHeartRadio. Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it. Woo! Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
The Grand in Your Hand on Real Radio is sponsored by Greenway Kia.
Head on over to Greenway West Palm Beach Kia right now for the largest selection of new fuel-efficient 2024 Kias. They're overstocked and highly motivated to make you an incredible deal. Because we want to see you in a West Palm Beach Kia.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Delays on State Road 7 headed south right after Belvedere. Look out for a right lane blocked. Our expressways along the Palm Beaches up to speed. No significant delays on the Turnpike or 95. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's the Greek for Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth can help you with your retirement and your 401k. Your money should always be working for you, and Trajan Wealth can help. Offices in West Palm Beach, 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. It's baseball season. You got a lineup, and if your lineup's not doing good, and if you want to make a change, sometimes you have to in your baseball life and also in your personal life and your financial life. Call Trajan Wealth today at 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. Offices in West Palm Beach. Stop in and see them. Figure out your 401k and your retirement. You worked hard your whole life. Now it's time to enjoy it, but you have to enjoy it with a plan. Call Trajan Wealth today, 561-390-1000. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage. AGE.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Kick off your summer with iHeart 80s. iHeart 80s goes commercial-free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the app, search iHeart 80s, and start listening now. Free never sounded so good.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl-Well. We do have temperatures this afternoon topping out in the low 90s, upper 80s for some of us. We do have a front draped across the area, making those actual temperatures feel like closer to what they actually are, taking some humidity out of the air. Rest of the week, rain chances remain low as a result.
This report is sponsored by Primatene Mist. During an asthma attack, every second feels like an eternity. Primatene Mist works fast. It's clinically shown to open airways quickly, providing quick relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma. Get the #1 FDA-approved over-the-counter asthma inhaler. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
The Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword grand at realradio921.com. That's grand. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
Welcome to the Greek Zone. It's another day, and more sports are in the news. So pull up a chair and grab yourself, grab a cold one, and we'll start talking a little bit of sports. Lots of action that happened over the weekend. We've got some hockey action starting tomorrow night right here on Real Radio. You can catch the Panthers and the Rangers. We have a pregame coverage starting at 7:30 with a puck drop at 8 o'clock. Go Panthers. My name is Jimmy. I'm happy to be here with you on a Tuesday. And, of course, my good friend Greek just sat down so he can take the helm and run this ship into the the way he knows best. Greek, how you doing, bud?
Titanic City, baby. I will run it into the ground just like my life. Talent is unbelievable if you have it. Wasted talent is something really bad. The Bronx Tale. And yes, I've wasted my talent and my life. It is the Greek Zone, always sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law, my good buddy. Give them a call, 561-689-8180. We got the NBA tonight. We got Indiana and Boston and Dallas and Minnesota. Right now, Boston is minus 10 over Indiana, over under 221 and a hooker. Money line, Indiana plus 350. And then you got Boston minus 450. Tomorrow night you get Dallas getting 4.5 over Minnesota. Over under 207. That's where that stays right now. 150 on the money line, 180 minus. And that's where that is standing right now. A lot of prop bets are always out there. Winning margin. Celtics total points. That's something you could bet. 114.5 on the Hard Rock app. If you're not sure what that is, I will be teacher. School's in. Ding, ding. That means the Celtics as a team have to score over 114 points. So you can win just on that. You don't have to worry about overs, unders. They got to get over that. But, I mean, you don't have to worry about players. You don't have to worry about the line. They just got to score over 114. Now, you could also make it 115, and the odds will change. You could also make it over 116, and the odds will change. So that's what you could do. Celtics total points. Then if you look over, you'll have the Pacers total points. And it'll be right where this point spread is. Same 10-point difference. You can bet the Pacers on the Hard Rock app at 104. You can bet them at 105 or 165. 106, excuse me. Now, when you're betting them at 104, they have to go over. The odds are the highest, minus 135 because they're the shortest. Then if you got it 105, it's 115. And then 106, the highest, is plus 100. You got player props, play-by-play, halves, first half. That is always a good one that I seem to enjoy because you can protect your number and protect your bet. Boston first half is minus 5.5. Jimmy, what do you think of team totals where you just sit back and root for one team to win?
How about that?
Score.
Yeah, and like you say, you don't have to, doesn't matter who ends up winning the game itself. Yep. You're just looking for them to, so if you know, like one or two guys hit 3-pointers against maybe like, the Celtics, and a couple of their players hit 3-pointers against the Pacers, it's a great way to make a, good side bet there.
Yeah,
good
so
prop bet.
Celtics tonight would be 114 over. So if you were watching the game, that's all you got to worry about is every time the Celtics score, don't worry about the Pacers. And remember, in these games, your team does not have to win. The Celtics could score at 116 and the Pacers score 120. Doesn't matter. Yep. You still win the bet. And that's all you care about is winning the bet.
How about a couple of these other props, too? You can get first player to score.
Yeah.
That's on the Hard Rock app. How about a method of first basket?
Yeah.
Right. So that could be Jaylen Brown, a 2-pointer, Jason Tatum for a 2-pointer. Just as a couple of examples that they have on there. Al Horford, a 3-pointer. That's plus 1,000. And then there's all kinds of different prop bets like that. That's one of the great things, too, that I was happy to see when the Hard Rock app came out is it's not just sides. It's total points. There's all kinds of different ways that you can wager, and it's so much fun. Yep, Celtics total points is on here. There's one.
Yeah, and then with the prop bets, too, you can parlay them. Like Derek White tonight is over 16.5. You can bet that with the Celtics and say the Yankees or the Astros or something like that.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum, 29.5 points. Jaylen Brown, 24.5. I mean, either one of those, you could just, rock and roll and say, I'm going to do it. But I like Derek White, 16.5. He's been really playing great in the playoffs, and he's been doing really good with 3-pointers. Jason Tatum, 29 points. Not a bad one, because if they're going to win, he's going to have to score 30 points. But those are some player props that you could do.
How about another bunch of team props? Winning margin. If you like the Celtics to win by 1 to 5 points is plus 525.
Wow.
Celtics to win 11 to 15 points is plus 375. And then there's all kinds, 16 to 20, 21 to 25. And then, of course, you have the same on the Pacers. If you think they're going to win, of course, those are big-time numbers because they're, obviously the Celtics are big-time favorites at a plus 10 points. Just in a side-by-side.
Yeah, the Pacers are a crazy amount of points.
Yeah.
Pacers, wow, winning margin.
Winning margin. If the Pacers were to win by 25, that plays plus 10,000.
My God. That's not $1, by the way.
Yeah.
That's $1.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 cents. I don't see I'm on the same app as you. I see Pacers 11-15. What is the first column? I see Pacers 25. I'm 2-5 or
Pacers greater than 25. So if they win by 25, over 25 points, they'd have to win by, right? And then Pacers 11-15, 16-20, 21-25, and then of course the Celtics numbers come in after that.
Yeah, the only thing I don't see on this is Pacers 1-10. Starts at 11-15.
Pacers.
Don't see it on the Hard Rock app. Yeah, it's at the bottom.
1-5 is Pacers, and then 6-10.
Yep,
So they're different. They're different numbers.
Yeah, 6-10 is 1,300.
Yeah.
I mean, again, this is on. We're talking $1.
Yeah, but even plus 800.
Yeah.
If the Pacers, all they have to do is win 1-5, but they have to win within that margin, right? So if they win by 6, you lose. You don't lose it. You don't win that bet,
No,
right?
you lose.
Isn't that pretty wild?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if they're such heavy underdogs, they end up winning, but if they win by 6, you lose that bet.
Oh, that would.
Oh, it's awesome.
Deer hunter. Gun to mouth. Oh yeah, that would not be good in this situation. It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. Always want to welcome you guys in. This is where we talk about gambling lines. We talk about the odds and the money. 877-927-6969. Heavy dose of NBA playoffs as we're getting close to their finals and the NHL. Still talking, obviously, a lot of baseball, Major League Baseball. Marlins did pick up a victory last night over the Brewers, I believe. And then after that, we will get closer and closer to the NFL and college football, which will start. College football will start in late August. And it's going to be a lot different this year because, again, a lot of teams are switching conferences. You got Cleveland and the Mets tonight, and Cleveland's favorite. You got Miami and Milwaukee. Milwaukee's big favorite. San Diego and Cincinnati. San Fran and Pitt. Texas and Philly. Bruce Harper is a big star for the Philadelphia Phillies, and there's something on Instagram where he helps this kid, I guess, from Philadelphia, ask a girl out for a prom.
Oh, no kidding, really?
It's a pretty cool video.
There
He
you
goes
go.
to the house.
There you go.
I always think those things are pretty cool. Minnesota and Washington. Washington, big underdogs to Minnesota. Boston and Tampa Bay. Seattle and the Yanks. Yanks winning last night 4-1, and they lose in the ninth.
Oh, did they really?
They lost 4 runs scored. So unusual. If you went to bed with that game, you woke up in the morning, you're definitely seeing your phone 3 times.
Yeah, like, what?
What happened?
What the hell happened?
4-1 in the ninth.
That's been the Mets mantra this year from what my dad's been telling me. He's been keeping an eye on what the Mets have been doing, and they keep losing late in the game.
Yeah, and the Yanks' first time that their bullpen let up runs like that, more than 2.
Oh, wow.
Toronto and Chicago. Toronto big favorites. Atlanta and Chicago. Atlanta big favorites there. Detroit and Kansas City. Nobody really cares. Baltimore and St. Louis. Baltimore favored in that game. Houston and the Angels. That was a big game last night. I would definitely look into Houston. Oakland and Colorado tonight. Colorado is Oakland is favored in that, man. How the hell are they ever?
Really?
Yeah, I mean, they suck.
Damn.
And then you got the Dodgers in Arizona. Dodgers won again. How are they ever favorite? I mean, they're just not a good team.
Colorado's that bad, huh?
Colorado, Oakland, and the White Sox. I mean, those are the teams that you got to look at and be like, all right, these teams are not good, obviously, that they are doing this crazy.
So what do you do when you see something like that where you have 2 bet against teams, right? You know, Colorado, Oakland, you say the Chicago White Sox, obviously another one, bet against teams. But when 2 of them go head to head, you lay off that, right? You don't even look at that game, right?
I mean, I wouldn't.
From a betting perspective.
Yeah, I wouldn't because, again, you're betting on 2 teams that suck, and you're just hoping one team sucks less than the other.
Yeah.
And then the next day you wake up, and not that I haven't done, you say, what am I doing betting on these games? I mean, there are games every day in all sports. Really what you should do you're betting, you start, looking old school at the whole lineup and take out a couple games for whatever reasons. Maybe the line is just too high. Could be 3-1. Maybe this, like I said, Colorado, Oakland, they're just 2 bad teams. I don't want to bet on teams. Look up the last 10 games in baseball, see who's hot, who's not. That's important. Look at records, like who's good on the road, who's bad on the road, who's good home. Always look at pitching matchups, even though it's usually the first 5 or 6 innings, but then look at it because the pitchers are what dictates the line. So when you're betting a baseball game, you're betting a pitcher. The one thing you got to remember is that's the line that doesn't change. So once that line's out there, if you're a big favorite and you're the ace and all of a sudden you get knocked out, that high line you eat. So that's something that you really got to look into when you're betting baseball.
I think that's also part of the reason, too, why we see guys, like Teddy. He's been talking a lot these past couple of years where he's betting the first 5 innings, which has become a little bit more popular because of the starters that are strong, but maybe the bullpen isn't that deep, right? So you can still make money on the first 5 innings of a game with a team. And I think that's cool when you learn that kind of stuff. Another thing, too, that I've also picked up on from Teddy is the differences in the stadiums, because obviously the layouts means a whole lot different than the way the ball carries in some states. So that all helps in making a bet. And that's why having guys like Greek and Teddy and Mike that calls us up and Rob Vino, guys that study this stuff every day, and you can get free information from them at like Wager Talk and sportsmemo.com. And that information helps.
Yeah, if you're betting, like Yankees have the best record in the American League over the last 10 games. They're 8-2. Orioles are 6-4. And everybody else's that is decent is 7-3. Now, worst record, you got the A's. They're 1-9. They're favored tonight. A lot of people would say that doesn't look normal to me when they're favored. In the National League, Phillies are 8-2. National League Central, nobody's playing great, all about 500. And in the also National League West, nobody playing great. The Dodgers are at 7-3. But that's the last 10 games. Those are things you should look at, check, and also home and away records. Some teams are just a lot better. Phillies are 19-8 and 15-6. They're very good. Both sides, that's why they got a good record. But some of these you got to look at and say, okay, what the hell's going on? What is, where is there a better play for me? When this team's on the road, they don't play well. When this team is home, they play better. So those are things that you can look at if you want to get involved in sports betting on baseball. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. We do have Mike join us today to talk a little bit about the NBA playoffs and the Panthers. He is a big fan of the Cat. He is definitely a big fan of the Panthers. Goes down there all the time and supports. Same thing with the Marlins. But the Panthers, it seems like every time I turn around, he's going down there, which is great.
Good, yeah. Way to support the team.
Yeah, he is a big, big supporter of all Florida teams, which is great. The Dolphins and Tua, looks like they gave Tua a offer, and he rejected it. That's what's coming out so far. Don't know what it is. We will see. The Dolphins say, you know what, they'll come back with another offer. He is in OTAs right now. He is participating in all the drills and everything like that, so it's not like he's walking out and he's not going to play. And again, before you know it, it will be June, and that'll be it. You got June and July, and they're back in camps. And
do they have to offer him a big contract this year, or could they go one more year?
He's under contract for his 5th year.
Okay.
So, but they don't want him to do that because then if they don't offer it to him, then he's a free agent at the end of the year.
At the end of the year, okay.
So, I mean, you could look at it 2 ways. Do I do it or I don't? If they don't do it and he has a monstrous year, you probably lose him. If he does do it, you know what I mean, and he has a bad year, you're taking a shot.
Yeah.
After 4 years, you should know quarterback or any player, whether they're doing it on the rookie deal. Strong rumors that Ryan Tannehill might come back as his backup.
Really?
That's what they're saying.
How about that, huh?
Tannehill back in South Beach after all those years. Even when he came out, Tannehill had some good seasons with us. Good. Okay to good. He did very good in Tennessee, though.
Yeah, he did better up there. I think his numbers were better in Tennessee.
Well, a couple times All-Pro. You know what I mean? Really did well. And but, yeah, there is speculation. He may come down here and try one more toss down here as a backup for Tua, which would be pretty unusual. Yeah, he'd be great.
It's kind of strange, right?
Yeah, it is strange. He'd be a great backup. I mean, no doubt about it. And we talked about this as a problem in the NFL. You need a good backup.
Yep.
You just do.
That's going to be the next position that they end up throwing a little bit more money at that they have probably traditionally in the past is having a backup quarterback, especially when they go to 18 games. Because I don't think that's a matter of if. I think that's a when.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. When Roger Goodell puts something out there, it's already done.
Yeah.
It's just not the ink's not on it. You know what I mean? It's like we're doing it. I remember him talking 10 years ago about playing overseas in different countries, and they just started to do it, and they've branched out to it. I think they're doing it, and the same thing with the 18 games. You know, hey, we want only 2 preseason games and 18 games. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. And the NFL is the most powerful business and the biggest sport for our country that people cannot get enough of. Actually starve for. Actually, you know, there's stories of guys getting depressed after the last game of the year, which is crazy. There's enough to be depressed about, and you're depressed about the NFL, and they are. I mean, that's it. Bet basketball, baby. You won't be depressed.
Which is why that they've come out with so many different things. I mean, I used to feel that way. I used to feel like, oh, it's the end of the season. Now we got to wait all the way till September, basically, because I never really cared for much for preseason. I mean, it just, you're not seeing starters or anything like that. The games are meaningless. It's basically, scrimmage practices type thing. So to me, it was September. So you're going from February in the middle of or so, beginning of February to September without football. But now they've done such a great job in feeding enough to you. I mean, obviously 24/7 news cycle, and then of course with free agency, and we've gone over it a bunch of times. All the different milestones they have now throughout the year that it almost doesn't feel like it's done. It's like a 365 day season.
Well, yeah, and I think when it first started, I mean, obviously in the last 10 years, picking up when they got their own channel, that's when it's huge. I mean, Major League Baseball has that NBA, but they're not as big, and it seems like every day they got something with the 32 teams breaking. This is breaking, that's breaking, this is happening. So, and fans want it. I mean, that's what it is. They can't get enough of the information. OTAs right now, they got the reporters. It's in May. Oh, who looked good today? And everybody's like, oh, and they follow it on the blogs, and they go all through it. It's friggin' May. Like, are you kidding me? Whoever looks good today, you don't even know some of these guys might not even make the team.
And I think another aspect was fantasy. I think fantasy made a big, big difference because it made it more about individual players.
Sure.
So people were constantly being focused on, who am I going to draft? What do I, and going down that road, right? Individual stats so you can spend a lot of time just looking at that.
Yeah, and it also makes it for more people to get involved. Like you said, there's so many elements that you could do, whether it's fantasy, and we just went through a rundown on the Hard Rock apps of different things that you could bet. Your team could lose, and you could win the bet. I mean, just by a certain individual.
Sure.
I mean, and that's one of those things where people like that because traditionally when your team lost and you bet on them, you lost. Traditionally. But then they changed it with a lot of different things, point spreads, different things that happen. There are a lot of people who wait till halftime to even bet the game. I have a friend of mine who bets football pretty large. He does not put a bet in until halftime. All the time, every week.
In-game betting.
Yeah. And then he bets there's a second half line in every time he bets it. Now, his rule is that he has to watch it, every single play in his mind. He's like, I got to watch every single thing. And then I feel who is going to have an advantage in the second half based on the teams, the way they played, the line, and he does okay. Like most gamblers, he wins or loses, but he only bets second halves.
And you'll also learn too, like coaches, if there's ever a second half team I would bet on is Kansas City because Andy Reid is very good about making adjustments at halftime, right? And you learn that over the years, with the studying of whatnot, and there's aspects like that. Same thing with Major League Baseball, who has a deeper bullpen, who can keep the runs down and better pitching in the second half of a game. Again, these are all aspects that you can look at and making good wagers.
Yeah, if you're putting your money up. Knowledge is power. You should get as much knowledge as you can. It's up to you. Don't get overloaded. I'm not suggesting that, but it's up to you to dissect what you need and what you don't need, and it can help you make a good pick on a game. And then after a while, you look at it and you say, okay, I made an educational, good guess on it, whatever you want to do.
Well, you can focus on certain sports or certain aspects of sports. Even the good guys, the great guys like Rob Vino and Teddy Covers. I mean, Teddy doesn't do anything with horse racing, right? It's too much for him. He doesn't really follow hockey all that much.
No.
He focuses on baseball, NBA, and football, college and pro, and that's where you see a lot of his specialty comes there, and other guys will have different specialties. We love having a variety of people that can call us and help because we got Mike who can help us with horses, and we have some other listeners too that help with that path because they study it so much. I mean, you want to talk about something that looks confusing, like plans on how to build a nuclear bomb. You ever look at a friggin' horse book, or the program for a horse track?
Yeah.
Oh my God, the numbers on there. It is
crazy.
All the different lengths of track that a jockey will race at, a horse will race at, and all that information is there. Woo, boy, that takes a special person that could figure that stuff out.
Oh, no, it's a ton of information. And when we talk about these handicappers that call the show and other ones, they're in front of their laptop 6-8 hours a day. I mean, they're not just opening in 5 minutes, looking and go boom, 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 they're done. they are spending hours in research and reading, trying to find little, information, hints, different things that could help you. This could be a improvement for this team. This could give this team an edge. And that's what it's all about, finding a hedge in all sports betting.
How many times does Teddy get on and go, well, I heard this quote from this coach or player or something like that, and it just gives you that little extra tip that, you know what, makes that lean to a bet. And a lot of times these guys have money on the line too. I mean, that's how they make their living.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. I definitely I agree with you there.
They sell picks, but they also make wagers on those picks. So they're putting their money up too. And a lot of times you'll see that. And that's a great way. You can buy some packages that they have online too, which, gives you a little extra confidence as well. They have their money on it.
Yeah, I think that's one thing you do like when you know that somebody's actually wagering like what you are. It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. NBA playoffs right now in NHL. That's what we got for the rest of June, July, and August. And then before you know, we'll have some preseason games in August. Who would bet on preseason? What are you, crazy? People do bet on preseason. We'll always have that. The Hall of Fame game is the first game of the year. Traditionally, everybody would say, bet the under in that game. But people do bet on it, and they do want to make some money. And hockey tomorrow night, Rangers and Panthers. The Rangers are favorite in that series over the Panthers. We will see what happens. The Panthers have had some great success this year on the road. Beat last week in Boston.
Well, I wonder if something happened. Now, of course, that game one is tomorrow night. It's in the Garden. My Hard Rock app has Florida up as the favorite, laying a goal and a half.
Wow.
Yeah, Rangers are getting a goal and a half, minus 300 at that, just to on the money line, minus 110 for both. But, look at that. I just noticed that now because I wonder if something happened. I wonder if somebody got hurt. It makes you wonder because that's a heck of a swing. I believe the Rangers were favored going into this series a couple days ago. Interesting. Very interesting.
I see this as minus 1.5 both sides. And if you bet the Panthers, it's plus 210. And the Rangers are minus 300 with a plus. And the winner, the odds is minus 110 both ways. It's about even.
Right.
About even. But we'll see. It's very interesting.
Well, and, the one part that doesn't surprise me is the Panthers are good on the road, and they proved that, especially against the series with Boston there. They took 3 games from Boston at their home. So I'm not surprised that the odds makers kind of look them, well, apparently the road doesn't maybe necessarily give them much of a disadvantage. So maybe that's a little bit into that play, huh?
Yeah, and they look at, where the money's coming in because that always dictates the line. In hockey, you can bet first period,
that's
second
true
period.
Too. Yeah, and obviously that's going to.
If they got somebody comes in and drops a bomb on the Panthers, then they're like, all right, we got to adjust the line.
Right.
It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. We'll be back in a few minutes with Mike the Marlin, who loves the Marlins, loves the Panthers. Had a horse at the Preakness that went a little awry, but that's fine because he's had a lot of winners for us. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Spencer, you went all the way to Chicago to see a concert. Who did you go see?
Her name is Suzanne Ciani. She's an electronic musician.
The hell is this?
Flutist? No, she plays synthesizers and stuff. This is her. Yeah.
You paid for this, or this is a free concert?
Yeah.
This is free in a lobby of the Radisson.
No, it's just music you listen to when you're on hold.
Yeah.
You just made a phone call.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Crowell. We do have temperatures this afternoon topping out in the low 90s, upper 80s for some of us. We do have a front draped across the area, making those actual temperatures feel like closer to what they actually are, taking some humidity out of the air. Rest of the week, rain chances remain low as a result.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
Summit Racing has the parts and accessories to keep your ride summer road trip ready. Choose from millions of parts in stock. Shop summitracing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends June 2nd, 2024.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sunshine came softly through my window today.
Florida truly is the Sunshine State, and it shows in everything we grow. When you shop, choose fresh.